Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Tell you we don't fit in your box. Why you try to box me and I got the key to unlock? I know the locksmith, optics, speak of the loss. I'm eating lobster, chopsticks, freaking the boss. You know, I'll never fit in where I go at. Boss talk like I'm Boaz. Why fit in when you know you can stand out still? They remember you more when you hand out deals. Let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Don't box me in. I do my own thing. Spirit is right within. I got my own way. Violent is not within. Look at the way that I do my ops again. Oh, better let me loose. You know that I got the juice. Everything I got to do. Words that I speak out my mouth, I gotta move. Oh, oh, we can't fit in your box. We too cold to get low. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No. Thank you, Ben, for coming out tonight. My name is Son of Augustine. Let's go. Gotcha. Bring the band in. Woo! Well, alright. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think, you know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best, you get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh, I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt, they wanna keep it a mess, you know? This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in your box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. Whoa. We won't fit in your box. No.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Hello and welcome to PMPL EU Stage 3, Day 3. I'm Ginny, joined by Max on the desk, and it's going to be an exciting one because this is the last day of this weekend. We're going to be back next week, but teams need to be racking up a lot of extra points today.
Yeah, and Phase 3 has been, I would say, the phase of redemption for a lot of the teams that were at the bottom or in the middle of the pack and that needed this big phase to really go their way if they wanted to hopefully make it into the finals. And you know what? I've been impressed with what we saw from some of the teams yesterday, so hopefully this can continue today. Yeah,
it's not easy to impress Max, but you know how you can impress Max is if you go to the socials and you follow them. Because then Max is going to be really happy because he's been posting pretty decent memes. If I do say so, you're welcome. It's pretty decent memes, and he's also being very nice, and he's giving away permanent skins.
Yeah, we've got some skins. I believe we're going to be giving away 2 skins today, actually, if you go check out the pinned post over on Esports PUBGM EU over on Instagram, and you're going to be able to choose one of these cool skins down there, a grenade, a full set, or also a parachute. Tell us which one you want. And there's also another skin is like a dress and stuff, but we're not showing it here, but there's also a dress if you want. Yeah.
Okay, that's like secret information. There's also a survey, so you guys can let us know if you like the memes, if you like the broadcast, if you like Max, if you like me, any improvements. We appreciate it. So make sure to fill that out as well. Let's have a look at the schedule for today, starting off with the fact that, again, it's going to be 5 mapper, 2 iterations of Sanhok, 2 iterations of Miramar, only 1 Erangel.
Yeah, just 1 cheeky Erangel, 1 grassy pastures. As the caster said, it's hard to get it out of your head when Kalara says it every time. But yes, it just rolls off the tongue. But yeah, 1 Erangel, 2 Sanhok, and 2 Miramars this time around. It's going to be interesting to see how things are going to go down. And we've seen no different teams being able to dominate each of these battlegrounds throughout the first 2 days of this 3rd phase. I'm really stoked about it. There's so many teams I want to see if they can continue, hopefully, that big step up we saw in the first 2 days. So like, there's a lot of expectations that I have now set up for these teams. So I'm hyped to see how things are going to pan out.
Yeah, expectations. I mean, I want to say they have been met, but let's also have a look at the teams that are going to be participating today. We have, again, a reshuffle because it is Stage 3, so that means different teams in different groups. And so far, the group of death, I want to say, maybe Group B, Unicorns of Love have actually been performing quite well, but if you do notice that it is looking a little different than yesterday, that's correct. Team Doom are no longer here because they did not participate with all members in the last couple of games, so that means that now we are down to 17 teams? I don't know. Quick maths is not my...
That's it. Quick math. Good job. You did it.
I'm so proud of myself.
Okay. Wow. But I'm going to come from a very realistic point of view, okay? Team Doom, we're at the bottom of the rankings. It's not really going to influence the teams at the top, okay? Right now, the team that wants to get out of the hot seat is Avalanche. Avalanche, you don't want to be the one team to not make it out into the final, so we need to see a step up happening, and we haven't seen much of them so far, unfortunately. I want to see some better macro, better rotations, because there's still enough time where maybe... things could happen, but like they're going to need a really good 4 days. So Avalanche, they got to get the games in now.
The pressure has, however, been up for every single one of the teams because looking at the overall standings from Phase 1, 2, and the last couple of days from Phase 3, Major Pride are sitting very comfortably at the top. They're going to near that 500 total points mark. And Max, I wouldn't be surprised if they get that today.
Yeah, I mean, Janiro, they're going to get that today, 100%. Yes. It's not even just joke about that. They're going to get the 500-point barrier reached and met today, so no big surprise there. And once again, that's going to potentially help them towards that PMGC point system if that's going to be the same as the last 2 years now. So Major Pride would be currently leading the march when it comes to PMGC at the end of this year. MADBULLS Gladiators still looking good, but I mean, MUERTE, the thing is, if they didn't get that chicken dinner over on Sanhok, chances are they would be at the bottom of this page and almost on the 2nd page, which after Phase 1, I really did not expect.
Yeah, absolutely. They had such a good performance on Phase 1. So coming into this and the fact that it feels like they're continuously sticking to the same amounts of points that they have gathered in Phase 1. And there hasn't really been much of an increase in that regard. So they haven't moved up in the tables, but they've only been getting kicked down by the other teams really reeling in on those points. Dark Project, however, they have been climbing quite consistently, and that is quite an interesting storyline to be looking into because when we're comparing Dark Project's stats from the 1st phase and the 2nd phase up until how they've been performing in the last couple of days, Max, it's a difference day and night.
Yeah, they're still sometimes a little bit greedy, but sometimes greedy pays off, I should say, in these games. And especially on that Miramar chicken dinner, they were able to get themselves that win yesterday. So really impressive stuff from them. And those eliminations really started to rack up heavily with the average elimination of just under 6. That is mental. That's above the sides of Major Pride, side of also MADBULLS that were very close to that 5 average eliminations as we were comparing these teams throughout the entirety of this PMPL season. So they've really stepped up massively. Of course, as you said, these splits can be a bit risky. Luckily enough for Ivan Eska, he does actually pick up a 1v3 versus Avalanche, which No, that doesn't happen very often, so I wouldn't expect that to happen on a game-per-game basis, so might want to try and regroup from time to time. But here, this massive split, I was surprised no one punished them heavily, especially I'm surprised Game Lord did not punish Wait's split. But the fact that it worked out and they just kept pushing them against the blue and just let the other teams fight one another, Dark Product, they can be so controlling as a team, and I'm hyped to see if they can continue that throughout the entirety of this phase. But Wait and Ivaneska have been looking strong, but Madness in particular really stood up as an individual player that's able to compete at the top of this season. So yeah, I want to see if they can continue. I'm sure Kalaris looking in the background is stoked to see Dark Product do well, but I want to see if they can hopefully continue these kind of results in the finals when they make it.
Yeah, and also Dark Project. I mean, we can talk about the fact that their gradient didn't get punished, but it could also be an angle of the fact that they're abusing the weaknesses that they've noticed within the lobby. We've had 2 stages played out already. It's very easy to go back on the VODs, watch, see where teams drop, see how they position, see how they rotate. And if they managed, you know, to find a little bit of a hole in the system and they're using it to their advantage, that's perfectly fine because they're getting themselves ahead, and that's exactly what they need to get some of these points in the bag. Another team, however, that has been getting a lot of points in the bag is ARR. They have really stepped up their performance as well, mainly due to a couple of players on their roster. We'll get to that later. But in general, the fact that ARR has been getting chicken dinners, especially here on Stage 3, it's another difference of day and night when we're comparing their stats as well when it comes to the individuals that are participating to it.
Elementrix taking himself the MVP award of yesterday, and Tapok also just putting on an absolute clinic versus that MADBULLS breach on the last Erangel of yesterday was just looking fantastic. And I know I keep talking about this interview, but I swear this interview exists, okay? There's no Mandela effect or anything, okay? This interview does exist.
Well, it was a fever dream.
No, I swear I did it, okay? I woke up, I went on my PC and I did the interview, and Tapok says Elementrix is the best duo he could ask for, and it really just came through yesterday. And I'm impressed with what they've been able to do. They've really been able to improve so significantly on a phase-per-phase basis. So yeah, I'm sold with ARR, a team that we had a lot of questions about, but hey, look at that. The average of eliminations of 2 for Elementrix, just under 2 for Tapok, and they're both making it relatively far into the game too, so it seems like the team has been adjusting slowly but surely throughout the season, and now this is potentially the peak of what we could expect now from ARR Esports.
Yeah, even the average survival time from both of these players has been going up as well. Just the fact that they're really good at playing off of each other, using that util together, making sure that all in all they're getting the points. They're getting those elimination points for their team, which is at the moment something that you very much need, considering the position that they were in coming into Stage 3. But I mean, just look at this.
Did you see that? I still cannot believe Tapok got that shot onto Flique. Like that, the flick of the wrist, and he just gets the instant headshot on that silenced Groza is just an insane loadout to have too. And he just gets it done, and these pushes after that onto Excuse Me, then the remaining player of Sly. They were just so controlling in this game, which I absolutely love from this team. I mean, a team that needs to, if you want to be able to stand out in the lobby like this with so many CIS teams that are known to be hyper-aggressive, like your Major Pride, your MADBULLS, your Gladiators, you cannot be a team that's all about your macro. You need to be able to back it up with hyper-aggressive playstyle, and now the fact you got this so talented fragging duo of Tapok and Elementrix that are just standing up strong in these games is really what they needed to be a team that now just shines through in the European region.
Yeah, absolutely. When we're looking at their performances over the last couple of days, that aggression has been the key to success for a lot of the teams that have been showing up on Stage 3. I think Stage 1 and 2 were a bit more of that learning curve, where they looked into the fact that, yes, MUERTE and MADBULLS are on the top, but the way that they play it is they're in your face 24/7, continuously going for these picks, continuously making it very difficult for you to get some of these rotations through. And you just take a page from their handbook, and look, it works. Another team that has been working for Max is a team that we had a lot of hopes, a lot of predictions for, and it's Unicorns of Love specifically, or as we called them yesterday, Unicorns of Hope, because he has a bit of a redemption arc coming out from them, especially yesterday on that first match, but then it just kind of went downhill again.
Okay, let's be completely fair right now, Janira, okay? This has been a redemption phase, I would say, for a lot of these teams that we wanted to see a step up, and Unicorns of Love has been one of those teams. They got themselves that big chicken, sorry, it wasn't a chicken dinner, it was almost a chicken dinner, but they do get himself that second place over on Sanhok. And I do truly believe that was the best game we have seen this entire season, this entire year almost, you could say, because they were playing scrims and everything, that they played so far in PUBG Mobile Esports, and I'm stoked to see that work out. It's just that they were maybe a little bit too confident in splitting up, taking the fight to Major Pride and Excuse Me at the same time. That's a very small mistake that you can iron out, but this is the potential of what this team can do. I want to see more of this because, as we saw in the stats, after that one chicken dinner, they got one elim on the rest of the day. That's not going to cut it. You can't be a one-hit wonder team. I want to see some more consistent eliminations at least coming through for this team. Even if it's just 3-4 a game, that would be enough for me. I would love to see it.
Yeah, even day one, they were very good at capitalizing off of the position of the circle, and that very much worked in their favor. So we had a couple of question marks yesterday coming into day two, how that was going to work out. But if you have even more questions and thoughts about Unicorns of Love, well, let's have a look at the interview. This was recorded before the start of the season, so please do keep that in mind, but enjoy.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to a brand new player interview here for PMPL Europe Spring 2023. My name is Maxman, and today I have the chance to be joined by Beast from Unicorns of Love. Beast, thank you so much for joining me. And how are you feeling, man? How are you doing? It's been a while.
I'm doing absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. Great to hear it. But I'm going to go into some touchy subject for you, Beast, right away. Last year, bit of a rough season when it came to the fall season for Europe, especially because a lot of CIS teams came in, the entire landscape changed. I want to know, how are your expectations set heading into this brand new season of PMPL Europe?
Yeah, last season we had a lot of problems. This season it's actually even stronger because more CIS teams came in, but we are actually well prepared. We got a lot of training sessions, so we're ready for this season.
Great to hear. Hyped to see how that's going to be working out heading into the season. But I mean, when it comes to mostly you and your fragging partner, there's going to be Mihi. You guys have been absolutely dominating the European region in the past, right? And I would love to know, what would be your expectations for your duo Beast with Mihi heading into this year? Is it going to be some similarities to last year, or are you going to completely overhaul how this duo and your team works this year?
Oh, this year we have 2 new players. We changed our complete main roster, so it's going to be an incredible season for us, especially because Michi and me are always working perfectly in a duo, and I'm pretty sure this season is going to be perfect for us with fragging, because we're an aggressive team.
A lot of expectations there set by the members of Unicorns of Love. Max, also Max, interviewer, analyst, caster.
Doing everything. I'm doing production here too.
Wow.
I was a player once, but I
Back in the
got
good
into
old
bots,
days.
so that was it didn't work out. That's why I'm here talking about the game, not playing.
Yeah. Makes sense. But Unicorns of Love, I mean, coming into the season, they very clearly had expectations for themselves. They had expectations for their teammates, for their roster, for the way that some of these games are going to play out. And it's safe to say, looking at their standings at the moment, that these expectations have not been met. They were very close on day one. They were very close on one game on day two. But all in all, it feels like a couple of things are just not adding up for Unicorns of Love, and they're not able to close out the games and get the chicken dinner.
As you also said during the interview, right, this is a new roster that they had. They were just keeping Mihi and Beast, and I still feel like they're trying to find their groove in a sense with this new roster, because as we saw yesterday, Mihi's not playing. I don't know if it's like a sub-in, sub-out kind of situation, or if this is like they're just trying completely different teams to see what works well. And Mihi not playing yesterday, they almost got himself a chicken dinner. Is that something that they're going to maintain for the entirety and the rest of this season? I do not know, but it seemed like they're still trying things until the very end, right until they reach the finals. So I respect that, because clearly things were not working out in the first 2 phases. They needed a drastic change, and maybe having Mihi on the bench and other players coming in was the solution to their troubles.
Yeah, maybe. It feels like they are finding their footing, but again, as we said it as well, it feels like those last couple of moments in the game to be able to close it out, those last little decision makings that matter the most to be able to push themselves the furthest, is what they're struggling with. So looking to see how they capitalize off of that today, and whether we're going to be seeing an improvement in that regards, that would be really great to see. But also it feels like that's a theme, a bit of a consistent theme actually, that we're seeing with a lot of these teams, where you get to those final couple of minutes and you just lose your overview of how you want to approach it.
Yeah, I would like to see a lot of the teams hopefully iron out that mistake, which is to split. I mean, you talked about Dark Project. We saw what happened for Unicorns of Love too. You know, if you have a strong position that's in circle, why take a risk of splitting up? You know that potentially 3 or 4 man teams are going to push on your location, so you just want to try and regroup as soon as you possibly can. I think that that's something that all the teams can try and apply in their own games. Even you at home trying to play your own PUBG Mobile games, play with your team. It's a team for a reason. unless you're playing solos, which is what I do. I play solos in squads.
Against
It's
bots.
weird, but yeah, but I still die to the bots. They're pretty good, okay? AI right now has improved a lot in the last few years, okay? So I blame AI.
Yes, don't blame yourself. It's never Max's fault, okay?
True.
Looking at the teams, though, that have been performing very well as a 4-man unit on Miramar specifically, because we have that as our first map, but also as a double iteration today. Major Pride, Gladiators, MADBULLS, MUERTE, NEXUS. These are the names that we're expecting to show up, but when we're looking at the MUERTE Max, it feels like this is because of how well they performed in week 1, because of how well they performed in phase 1, rather than the fact that they have been consistently performing well on Miramar.
And that's the thing, outside of their chicken dinner yesterday on Sanhok, I do not recall them getting close to like these kind of averages in like recent memory at least. So
Yes.
it's weird. We're still seeing Malloy. Like the thing is, Malloy is still doing well. The thing is, a single player is not going to cut it, right? You're not going to have just one solo player, your power boy here just popping off and just eliminating everyone. That's just not going to pan out. We need to see Discrim step up to the plate and have this fragging duo of Malloy, Discrim doing well in the team. And as of right now, I just haven't seen Discrim play to the level he has been able to showcase in phase 1. So I like to see that potentially come back from this team. The expectations were high, but they're just not able to meet them again. And though there's another team that I want to bring up that I'm hyped to see what they were able to do yesterday with actually GameLord. Because if we're looking at GameLord's player stats, out of the top 5 fraggers of yesterday, 3 of the players were GameLord. Sure, they don't get a chicken dinner, but they're getting so many elimination points. And I had a question mark, can they reiterate their success of phase 2 in phase 3? Day 1 was a little bit of a slow starter, but right now it seems like they're definitely getting those elim points in. So I'm stoked with GameLord, and I want to see them hopefully get these points in again today.
Well, we have a total of 5 maps to be covering today, so thank you for Monster for making that possible. But also, we're going to be heading into our first map of today. It's going to be Miramar with John and Blank.
Map number 1 as phase 3 continues its march forwards. We are going to be getting into the first of 5 today. Blank, you ready? You raring to go?
Always, as you know, I'm here. I'm ready to go for the final day of phase 1, at least, of our first sprint. So 3 days after this, and we'll be finishing that off or capping it off with a Vikendi there at the end. But today, it is just our usual 5-map shenanigans. Heading over to Miramar first, 2 Sanhoks this day, 1 Erangel. So a bit more of the desert so far. Right now, we do have 4 teams not playing in this one. So GameLord, KASIK team, MADBULLS, and MUERTE not in this one. So down to a meek 13 total teams dropping into Miramar, meaning there's a lot of space to be had here.
There is quite a lot of room in an already very roomy map going on. So I'm imagining it's going to be even more unlikely that we'll see early clashes happening. No more Picardo fights for a very long time, Blank, and I don't think that's going to change. GameLord sitting out, KASIK team sitting out, MADBULLS and MUERTE all taking the bench for the first.
So really the only one that is quite big here is GameLord, currently with 63 points in 4th place. And that does open up quite a big area of the map around San Martin, honestly. So this is actually quite the big change in this, at least, lobby, especially with a playing path like this, which heads directly through the center. Hacienda del Patron, as well as the San Martin Ridge, is going to be quite important and influential. So I imagine that one team is going to try and steal away on that one. Unicorns of Love currently in 8th place after that interview we saw at the start of the day. They said it was going to be a great season. It has not panned out the way they wanted it to, but here over in phase 3, things are starting to get better for Unicorns of Love, and I think there has been a conscious change been made to their side of things, which is quite important. They're heading much more central a lot of times. I think at the end of the day, yes, they might not have that same firepower towards those final circles, but they're getting more experience on board, because before it was a case of going down the first 5 to 10 minutes in every single game, which obviously you don't really learn much from that, right? So if they can just make some efficient rotations, some good rotations in the early game, which they typically are doing now, and then playing out those end games, more experience on board means they're just going to get better overall. It's a bit late to be doing it, but it's better than never.
And it's before the finals as well, which is going to be crucial. You will lose out a little bit on bonus points. Unicorns of Love currently sat on only 10 bonus points compared to top scorers right now, MADBULLS and Major Pride, with 37 each. But that's only 27 points behind going into the finals so far. obviously you will get the end of phase 3 points and the overall points to add on to that. So that could compound into a little bit more of a lead. But even if you're sat, 30, 40 points behind, over the course of the whole finals, that is a surmountable difference to be going in with. So if you could step up and close that gap, any little helps and any little margin you can start to squeak away at is really going to be useful.
For sure. And I'm just thinking, actually, very quickly, that, with these bonus points, right, this is actually much more influential than maybe I first realized, because if you get that first place on a game in the Vikendi, you're getting 20 points total, right? Now, before, as a chicken dinner, that didn't seem as big of a thing, John, going into the finals, because, it's 15 points and 5 eliminations. But now with the changes being made, that's actually 1 chicken dinner and 10 eliminations earned towards the finals off the back of a win on Vikendi, which is actually kind of massive. As we know, it's actually a little bit more difficult to get those huge point games anymore, up towards that 30-point plus mark. That is very rare that we see that sort of thing coming through. You'd have to get 20 eliminations on a match to hit that. So it would really require some of these teams at the top to really drop the ball if they were going to fall down massively in the finals. So these Vikendis are actually extremely important now, and I don't know why that's not occurred to me until this very moment.
Yeah, of course, they can just add those to their phase score and try and jump up and ladder up over the teams ahead of them and just get a couple more points on board. But you're right, I mean, the bonus points in general are just going to be way more valuable over the course of those finals. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that pans out in this first season of this new points system. Circle headed up a little bit more north. La Copraria, right on the northern side of it, does center up around sort of in between Crater Fields and Hacienda del Patron, just northwest of San Martin.
So right now, things are not looking too bad for a fair few of these teams. Obviously, Gladiators up towards that northwest side, La Cabrera. We had a lot of discussions about Gladiators yesterday. They seem to not be able to figure out how they wanted to pan out some of these rotations for themselves. We talked about their 2-2 split in the blue as well as the circle, just dipping their feet in, and how it's not really working out versus a lot of these death balls that are currently surging through the lobby at the moment. Getting rolled over quite a few times, and I think that at the end of the day, yes, they have some excellent duo play with Tixi Kitsune, Meku Matic playing as a duo on either side, but they are getting kind of crushed just by 4-man teams rocking up on them. Again, a lot of teams are identifying this, playing on the edge, and they're becoming less of these guardians of the edge side, but more as like these freebie points. It's a case of, right, well, we can't really move south on this circle, but we know Gladiators are probably playing up towards the north on one of their rotations, so if we head out there onto either the north or west or the northeast side, we're likely to run into 2 of their players, and maybe we can have a good fight. So it's allowing a lot of these teams to have a little bit more comfort in these games that maybe they shouldn't be afforded. So we do want to see some changes coming through from Gladiators on that side. I said that maybe adaptation to the lobby wasn't the strongest suit for them, but I think possibly playing a little bit more tighter knit on their rotations would be a good idea.
Third parties, of course, also have gone up vastly in value with these changes. It's kind of what we're seeing. A lot of teams committing to moving into trying third-party engagements. Pinch 1 or 2 points away, that's about twice the value you would have been getting in previous seasons. So it's a lot more profitable to be making that sort of a decision. And so if you hang around near these 2-2 splits, right, from Gladiators, from to an extent Dark Project as well, you can potentially hear one side of them going into an engagement and think, well, there's the other 2 going to be already committed, so let's just go and third party them, try and take an advantage fight and wait for that third party situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it yesterday on Miramar, where we had VIRTUS.PRO, Gladiators all engaging, and Dark Project massively took advantage of that, sent themselves in, got themselves a very, very strong spot within that circle and play from there, picking themselves up the chicken dinner. Afterwards, I think that's kind of a misplay from AAR, not moving from their compound to try and third-party that fight. I think if they'd taken that full 4v4 with Dark Project after they'd concluded that 4v8 practically on the north side, maybe things could have been a lot more different for them. So for AR, still good team, good players, just not able to translate sometimes from their strong positions. I think they're much more used to playing from more uncomfortable spots on the map. So when they do finally find themselves a compound in the circle, they're like, well, what do? This is really, really cushy, so we don't want to move. This is the first time we've been able to kick the feet up in a long time. So I do think AAR maybe does need to work on their compound play just a little bit, which is surprising. It's usually the other way around. It's like, how do you fix playing from the edge? How do you fix playing from some barren areas? Now it's like, you know what, we like that. We like playing the survival, camping out in the middle of nowhere game. The in-the-house game, not so good.
VIRTUS.PRO, kind of the opposite, right, of that play style.
Yeah.
Going into the middle, being like, okay, we're in a good spot. Never move ever again. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, not able to quite pull that one off in the same way, sadly. So VIRTUS.PRO already, though, quite close to water treatment and center of the map, as we know they would like to go for. SHOCKWAVE sends up towards Gladiator's side, holds that compound once again on the north edge of water treatment, and will give them good amount of visibility up towards Gladiators. Currently do have Kitsune all the way in the back in La Cobreria, and this is where we want to see them regroup a little bit more. As you can see on your map, you're starting to see Dark Project, Excuse Me all pushing up this way, and SHOCKWAVE more than likely going to start making a move. Tixi, again, is a bit in the middle of nowhere himself. It's going to be difficult for the rest of the team to get up towards him without being shot at. Kitsune now starts to make a move, and I hope this is a full regroup coming through as they all head into vehicles.
I'm predicting that it's not a full regroup, Blank. I think that they're going to go for a 2-2 split on this again. And I think that they might be punished for it by SHOCKWAVE, who we know like to rotate up into the compound to sever those supply chains, unless they've made that adjustment. So I'm willing to be surprised here, but I just don't think that we've seen the ideation of that come through yet.
Yeah, I mean, there was a play they used to make before, which was heading down to the edges of Crater Fields and then all playing from that position, taking down anyone that moved through that spot on the western side. But they have become a little bit stuck, glued to the top of that mountain. Tixi unwilling to move off of that one. In the meantime, Sly Europe moving down from San Martin, a team that I am really impressed with recently, still doing very good over in the leaderboards. 2nd place, 67 points, still picking themselves up some good games. Usually when they're afforded a good position, they can punch through and get that chicken dinner, which is a real admirable trait to have as a team. A lot of times when you're gifted those good spots, you need to be able to move on and process that win, because if you can't do that, you're going to be wasting a lot of points. With Sly Europe able to get into these central spots a lot of times, the fact they're able to push through and get that win afterwards makes me happy, man. Makes me happy. I like a consistent team.
ARR moving around on the north side, currently just skirting around La Cobreria, probably looking at where they can move south. They'll know that Gladiators most likely are in those hills. You can see Ace is very wary of that. Elementrix also posting up and seems to have spotted Meku. We'll be able to tag 1 or 2 off. Matic as well under fire now. Gladiators a little bit bare on this hill. Needs some cover found. And Meku just continues to eat these bullets, but seems like that is a healthy breakfast for him. Doesn't go down just yet.
Yeah, this is the compound off towards that northern side of the ridge that Tixi's playing on. It's a decent position to be playing in, but again, at this stage of the game, I don't think Gladiators, again, expect so many teams to be around these areas so quickly. Practically everyone's in, and with us playing with 13 teams in the lobby at the start, a lot of these rotations become much, much easier. So it is changing the pace of the game. A lot of teams are able to find themselves into these compounds with little to no difficulty. There's not a lot of teams being held out on the edge other than Unicorns of Love right now versus Nexus. Already lost 2 players on their side, not quite able to finish that central rotation. Bit of an awkward circle, to say the least. A lot of high grounds to be playing around with, and a lot of places where this can end and give a certain team a real significant advantage. Tixi as well as Gladiators were banking on this heading up towards the ridge around Crater Fields, but this much more favors Major Pride, and I love this compound they're currently playing. They've got 2 down in the fields in a very, very strong position if it heads further down towards that southwest. But now, if they want to, Monkey and Dino can both actually head up and regroup with Effect and Nomi up on that hilltop. It's a real, real strong spot to play in.
Tixi descending as well from the top of the mountain, moving in early. The Gladiators still leaving Meku and Matic out, so still on a 2-on-1 right now. They haven't been punished for it, although they did come a little bit too close. Unicorns of Love took fight with Nexus earlier on, Octavian and Kapahala picking up those points. Over onto 0, getting that flush. Beast and Noshi will remain. Noshi all the way out in the blue zone still, as Beast just about on the edge. But with Gladiators ahead of you, with Shockwave, as well as VIRTUS.PRO and Nexus still in the area, it's going to be a very difficult route to find a way in. VIRTUS.PRO on that northeastern side, trying to spot out the Shockwave push forwards, and might actually, with the push forwards from Folly, see them in the compound. So they'll have that information, and they'll try and regroup to take it.
VIRTUS.PRO getting ahead of the pack, but not quite as fast as Shockwave, who are now in a really good compound on this northeast side. Not exactly strong in terms of getting the chicken dinner in the late game, but what it is very good at is stopping a lot of these rotations coming through on the northeast. They clear some space for themselves. This position becomes quite strong just in terms of being able to rotate in and have some decisions in the later game. Now, if I could talk to Kitsune directly, I'd love to, because I still think that they're fielding this 2-2 split with some outside of the blue. But at this point in time, most teams are more preoccupied with getting towards the center a lot of times. And by spending so much time watching out behind you, you've just got to be ready for that backstab at the end of the day, or pick a compound. For them, there are so many teams in this limited team lobby now that can just send directly central. I don't think people rotating in from the blue is as much of a worry anymore, and splitting up like this is just reducing your chances.
Volley run up on by Keme and Doran, and will fall out of the match. Behind Shockwave though, they'll still need an opening. Keme over the first bridge. Zico, we saw what a nasty little backstab he was able to implement on many, many teams before, and Keme finds out all about the Heat Zico missile there. The run-up for Doran yet again with the buggy, plays close range, and this time wins out the trade, but Nexus have backup to worry about, as well as Aza tries to wade into the fight. Octavian stands strong from the top, Kapahala's on the off angle, and it's going to leave just Trazen for Shockwave alive.
Yeah, I think that Nexus so far have had a real big improvement in terms of performance so far. Not fielding EXO as frequently as before, but Octavian used to be this really strong player for the team, and I think he's certainly stepped up in a big way over the last phase. He seemed practically non-existent in phase 1, but now certainly doing a little bit more good work for the team. And I think the fact that, you know, they've been switching and swapping out players has almost given him a bit of, you know, a motivation to play towards those previous levels we've seen him at before. Gladiators are able to pick up those final eliminations over towards Shockwave, cleaning that one up. Noshi goes down. That's Gladiators also hitting that one up with Tixi.
Dagestan on the eastern edge. Sly Europe find shelter in the shade. Very, very central. Kapahala on the bike, spotted out by Keep and Zadira. Octavian follows it up on the buggy. They just get behind some of these ridge lines that Miramar is so known for. Unicorns of Love, Beast spotted out by the East duo, Meku and Matic for Gladiators.
Yeah, this actually is quite a nice split coming from Gladiators this game. I'm actually quite happy with this. It's worked out quite well. I think they've moved in as far as they can. At this point in time, they do have this ridge to play around with. But again, this is what we talked about before. Stage 5 onwards, very tough for Gladiators. This is where things start to get a little bit dicey. This particular ending is actually quite fun. There's a huge amount of high grounds available, but it also splits up a lot of the action, right? Towards Avalanche on that eastern side. Everything down towards that east from Dagestan, Nexus, as well as VIRTUS.PRO is split off in its own secular little bit of combat on that side. You also have all the way on that western edge, excuse me, AR, KONINA Power, Major Pride, they're all cut off on their edge. So it's interesting, we're seeing 3 different engagements happening at the same time on north, southeast and southwest.
ARR spotted. Again, Becker goes down to excuse me. They are being thinned by the moment. Nexus, the beautiful high ground over VIRTUS.PRO. Spot purple, and Octavian nearly takes a chunk out of it. Not quite getting the knock there, but needs to be careful on the isolated position that he holds.
That project's still in this game. Again, Miramar turning out to be one of their favorite maps so far. Very good at dominating on this one. That Western rotate seems to be really strong from the moment. Not a lot of teams that pass through that area anymore, at least not a lot of teams that are particularly strong either that are pulling up the weight on that side. MADBULLS used to be a huge problem for them in the past, but they have kind of limited in their strength these days, still putting up some performances, but nowhere near the heights that we see in the map before. Gladiators still have that huge amount of high ground, would love to get some pickoffs down towards Dark Project, but I'm fairly certain that they are aware of a team on this side. When Dark Project have to move, there is this difficulty for Gladiators in the sense that they will have to capitalize on that exit from that compound, right? But at the same time, Gladiators need to get into a better spot where they can play out the rest of this game, which is why you're seeing Matic and Meku send over towards that eastern side, preparing to move down towards perhaps Dagestan.
See where this next circle takes them. That scouting, that information will serve them well. This is the point of inflection for Gladiators so far previously on the games that we've seen. They will have to move south, so they need to show us that they can execute still on these later game positions and circles, especially when it doesn't go their way. Dark Project and Excuse Me, both going to have to mount up as well.
Yeah, Dark Project will have to move down. Gladiators, Excuse Me, like you say, all quite rough routes of ingress for them. I mean, now's the time for Gladiators to pick up some eliminations, pick up some knocks to open up that area.
Effect. Shooting them down. Matic spotting out the Dark Project descent as well towards the circle. But the Gladiators will have to push in behind them. Dark Project really suffering on this south rotation. Excuse Me as well. Now coming apart underneath Nomi. And Sly Europe are just holding out in the middle, being guarded by all of these teams sat around them.
Yeah, they're having a very good time. This is a super strong compound for Major Pride. I think their main difficulty is what you're seeing right there. There's a massive cliff to get down off the back of. Some players might have to go for a bit of a jump off the edge, break the ankles, break the knees, but in comes surgery, help from the rest of the team. Bring that one back up to speed with a first aid kit. Not sure how that works. You know, wrap the legs in bandage, snap the bones back together. You know, on the fly medication. Down towards that southeast side, though, VIRTUS.PRO still hanging out. KONINA Power taking a rough amount of damage on their side, but AVALANCHE still spread out. A team that really does need to pick themselves up out of a rut at the moment. 5 points over 3 days garnered. Really not good at all.
No, as it stands, they are 50 points behind on the overall, so definitely needing a lot of power to jump up enough to take this one home, or even see it into the finals. But this is their first chance, as you were saying.
Dagestan, spot over towards Gladiators. They did have a really tough rotation ahead of them. Getting across this road is absolutely treacherous. Meku can't stand next to that vehicle. Actually, think explodes himself. Really well done. I mean, that is quick thinking right there. Runs away, gets the last hit in, gets back over towards it. Now Shifu has to move up, gets absolutely peppered on the way down, but won't find much more than that. Triple slide prediction with a Major Pride. Jump in the middle, that scares me. Maxman usually knows what's up, but we'll see. I think Sly Europe still have a really strong spot. And again, a lot of teams can't really get towards them without having to fight one another in the first place. So I reckon by the time that most teams get to their position, they'll already be losing a couple of members here and there.
Shifu rolling over the hillsides in imminent danger. Not too sure if he knows just how much, but does manage to dodge the first nade from Matic. It's my least favorite vehicle noise that Shifu is using right now, and it seems like Matic is similarly disinclined to it as they continue to bombard, and he gets turned away. Shut out, but excellent sprayed out from Matic, using the side of the smoke as excellent cover, and a nice conversion there from Meku onto the point, but Meku does go down to Dagestan. They'll have to get a little bit closer, but that should be resible.
Yeah, with this circle moving further down towards Sly Europe and Gladiator's still in, this is good news for them. Dagestan still have to move out. Wonderful grenade from Matic, honestly, I won't lie. I love that from him. And then a quick conversion on the top of it. The rest of the team coming through to hit a nade on a moving vehicle as well. It's pretty impressive. Gladiators do have Tixi up top side, but a nasty nade on towards Meku. That's going to start things out fairly terribly. Luckily, though, Kapahala's here, has broadside on this for Dagestan.
these third-party values, as we were talking about before, just go up and up and up. So keeping yourself on the swivel, like Kapahala is, to be able to take these shots is going to have a lot of power for them. Limbo Boom keeping Gladiators at bay, just intimidation tactics right now, as Zadira goes down as well on the flush. Gladiators will need to move further forward. So they managed to keep themselves together. All of them are still alive, excuse me. Just slipping off that high ground. Black could have had an open season on that, but I think just lost his footing there. Furia and Havlik, this is a valuable high ground to look over towards the Sly Europe position, but they're going to have to leave it.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite interesting, right? It's a nice little spot. Beck does get shot out, though, by Gladiators. Spotting this one. For Gladiators, it is a tough position to play in, and they will be very, very wanton for some of those supplies. No one's really issuing them anything at the moment. Kapahala sends some nades over. Nexus to get 7 eliminations so far, playing with 2 players, is quite magnificent. And again, I'm enjoying this resurgence coming through from Nexus over the past couple of days. Avalanche still sitting nice and pretty over towards the season side. Haven't really done much, though.
Octavian repositioning the buggy. This high ground, they've been using this high ground for a long while now for Nexus. Kapahala further out the circle. Octavian actually is still in on that high ground. Dagestan try and move in underneath Avalanche. Hopefully trying to assuage that, but gets spotted as well. And Limbo Boom's position is completely known, has to drop a smoke to try and keep themselves safe. Avalanche definitely going to know that this is happening, but Major Pride will suppress the ridgeline from across the way. Effect and Nomi are in the next circle. Monkey and Dino are sending straight on into this fight against KONINA Power.
Yeah, this is cool for a Major Pride. I mean, they know that KONINA Power is locked in combat with VIRTUS.PRO. They can sidestep over this side. You know, Max even said, you know, in some private channels that, you know, he thinks that Major Pride could make the same exact rotation as KONINA Power, get over towards here and perhaps fight out versus VIRTUS.PRO. So predicting that one very nicely is Mr. Maxman. That's why he's the analyst at the end of the day. Up towards that north side, though, Avalanche still taking heavy casualties despite being in a strong position for a fair long time. For Sly Europe, the only team realistically on the western side now, with Effect and Nomi still on that high ground, trying to predict where the circle's next going to go. They both have east and west side locked down.
We've talked about Gladiators going for these 2-2 splits and called it greedy. I would say that it's not unlikely that this is a similar situation, but the regroup from Nomi, I think, really changes that. Effect just being an off angle makes this so much more secure for Major Pride. They'll have to move north into the circle, and they'll have to fend off against a lot of these teams on the hillside. Matic dodging, dancing on the hills as Furia empties the magazine into the dirt, not managing to find the mark, and Meku is allowed ground and territory forwards. Will be able to just assuage that pressure onto Matic and let him heal a little bit further. Kitsune moves to the high ground, and that is time afforded to the Gladiators to stage themselves a little bit better on this south push.
Effect's still doing damage from his western outpost. I wouldn't call that greedy, though. There's not a lot of teams in that area. They'd already cleared it all out, and this was more or less a play to ensure they would be in that next circle with both on either side. There was always going to be that regroup coming through. And with Effect, like you say, now just playing that off angle from a high ground, which is fairly safe, honestly. I think that's a very good play coming through from Major Pride. And it scares me because this is the kind of mount up coming from Major Pride, which would suggest a chicken dinner coming through. Nexus, though, still going. I think that must be like 8 eliminations now so far for that duo. VIRTUS.PRO blowing up their own vehicles, getting shot down by Nexus themselves with the help of Dino from Major Pride. And Sly really hasn't had much to say about it in this game.
Gladiators still going. You're right, they haven't really been a part of the conversation as of yet. Everybody else has been fighting tooth and nail. They're on the holiday resorts. Matic continues to turn up the heat with the Gladiators. All 4 of them still going, and Tixi will keep it that way. 8 eliminations found. Meku gets knocked, but the train is still moving, and the Gladiators looking for their next station.
Yeah, very well done. 11 eliminations for Nexus. What a game from them. Kapahala and Octavian. Back to the days of old when these two were the kings of the lobby. Pretty much the players that we would always look to for a massive performance, and already finding Monkey from Major Pride. The double team shot coming through there. A nade over the top, a long one, followed up by another to blow up slightly slower than the other.
Ooh, not quite getting the range on it, though. And they'll move to the other side. This rock in front of them is keeping them really nice and tucked away, safe here. Gladiators still on a 2-2 split a little bit. They are only about 50 meters away from each other, so it's not as vast as we've seen from them before. And they are going to move a little bit further south. The nade being lobbed in by Matic, finds Kapahala, doesn't get the knock. And Nexus is going to split themselves away. Another one to follow it up, and that should be Kapahala down. Octavian unlikely to get this res, in fact, will not be able to. And Matic finds a beautiful nade over the top, gets the damage tag, so will be able to push in, but Pride might keep him safe. If he just hits the deck, stays alive, Gladiators might run into the waiting arms of Major Pride, and they can play off against one another. Octavian's still there, up and into the smoke, moves out wide, and just slipping through. How on earth has he managed that?
That is crazy. Effect's got a nade in hand, though. This should spell doom for him. Octavian sat in the same position. That Molotov prevents him from moving anywhere. Nade goes up. Effect will finish that one off. Right now, Major Pride does have this obstacle in their way. They have to get around it. The Blues pushing them in. They will have to be speedy.
9 eliminations for the Gladiators. Fighting around the edge of this gives you 1 point of contact for Major Pride, which is always a dangerous 4v4 style to take, especially when you're moving into the final circle after it. The mountain, it gives you cover from one another, but it traps you next to it. It's covered in glue for these teams. Dino wants to get a little bit better of a position, but you've got to be careful because Limbo Boom is still around and can definitely take you down if you misstep. Oh, okay, he's been spotted, crushed in the brush there. No longer a threat. VIRTUS.PRO still with 1 as well.
Tenchik starts to move. I think Sly Europe realize they need to start taking advantage of these engagements. Gladiators moving around the side, nades, Molotovs, everything going in over towards Purple. He didn't stand a chance.
Does go down, and Reflect capitalizes on the third party there, getting Matic down. We'll be able to crawl back behind the headland and take central position in this next circle for Sly Europe. This ridge in front of them, giving them a lot of cover off against these players from Gladiators, from Major Pride as well. They look pretty healthy on supplies for the time being as well, having hidden away in those buildings and no one really crashing into them. They've been able to just keep things going. Matic trying to roll down the hillside, but it's so open. There's so little cover. They need some miracle shots. Tenchik falls first, and Tixi managed to get a nade. Sorry, it's Zashipa who goes down to the nade. Meku does go down and get flushed as well, but Mandarin going to light up the sides of Major Pride as a 2-2 push comes through, taking fights on both angles. Gladiators go down first. Major Pride moving in. It is a 3 versus 3 now, Blank, across this ridge.
Nade's going over the top. Tenchik has to hit something nasty, moves forward to prevent that nade from clipping off the back of the edge. He is extremely low. Right now, they're fighting uphill with only 1 knockover towards the guys of Major Pride. This is equal footing. Dino hits another one, and Major Pride is making this look easy.
There's another nade in hand being cooked, and this could be right on the money. The bounce is a little bit too high to keep Mandarin and Tenchik in. Effect not rezzed. Nomi breaks down low, and Sly Europe
that's
now
nasty.
Put towards the edge. A lovely little stun over the top. I wonder if they know they've hit it. Tenchik up for the challenge with Dino. Monkey for the backup as well. The refrag is there from Mandarin. The weapon swap needs to be quick. It will be good for 1. Needs to stand up, but no. Major Pride roll it back down. Sly Europe try to take the hill at the end, and Major Pride shut them down. The Gladiators couldn't do it, neither could Sly, and Major Pride still at the top of the tables.
I think for Sly Europe, they made a little bit of a misstep there at the end, honestly. I think when you start looking over towards Gladiators, who really have only 1 exit from that position, yes, that's the easy play to go for, but at the same time, with Major Pride moving around on the edge of the mountain, but having so much more space to play from, right, so much more cover in the trees, etc., I think that's where you need to focus your attention for Sly Europe. It's just one little decision which kind of leads their downfall, because I do think that regardless of what happens, Gladiators were going to have to fight versus Major Pride, and I think that fighting against the team that's just come out of the blue and done a lot of damage towards Major Pride, you capitalize off the back of that, then it's a very weakened team on that left side. So I think for Sly Europe, it's just focus, which was in the wrong place. By the way, a very good game from all 3 of those teams, but particularly Nexus, massive elimination count with just 2 players.
Yeah, a lot of teams doing a lot of good work there. Gladiators make it late into these circles. They were in a very difficult spot, and I don't really blame them for going down there. So really good to see them patching up a couple of things that we were worried about somewhat. They do need to keep it going, though, because Major Pride are not going to stop with another chicken dinner.
Major Pride further extending the lead that they already have. I love the sunglasses, but, you know, very well deserved.
And they call me Dubman30 in the environment, you know? That's how it goes. But good game coming out from Major Pride, and especially good prediction from me. I bring the points over. No, but it was really potentially my favorite game of the entire tournament here, Janiro. Really, the way how so many teams played this match. Gladiators put on an absolute clinic in the northern side, surviving 3 entire squad wipes as a 4-man team, which is mental to even think about. Crossing roads, going up and downhill. It was an overall mess, but they came out on top. And also, as stated, we saw a resurgence from the fragging duo of NEXUS, of Kapahala, and Octavian. I feel like I'm back in 2020. What's going on?
What is going on is the fact that not only did Major Pride get 10 points because of their placement, they also get 13 whole Olymp. 13. I think this is probably one of the highest we've seen at PMPL for the entirety of all 3 stages. 13 Olymps for Major Pride, 11 both for NEXUS and Gladiators. Gladiators, I mean, NEXUS is really pulling through with only 2 players still managing to get 13 points total on the board.
It is very top heavy. You can see the Olymps, they go from 13, 11, 11 to like just 3, 4, 2, 1s. It is very dominated by our top 3 fragging teams. So really impressed with that one. Towards the bottom, teams that were not quite able to have an impact, but that's fine. It's the first game. I'm more focused with the teams at the top here, and Major Pride, reason why I went with their prediction is I instantly saw that there was just so much space that was created in the south after KONINA Power left, and they just followed that position, gathering still information, keeping effect on the high ground position so you could just scout and get all the information on where teams are positioned, and while sending all the players, Dino, Monkey, and also Nomi, then he regroups Nomi to take the fight versus, you know, your VIRTUS.PROs, your KONINA Powers, your side of NEXUS. So I'm really impressed with their game, but as I said with Gladiators 2, Janiro, how the hell do they keep surviving those northern fights? They just won everything, dub after dub after dub. So yeah, Gladiators, sure, we might critique them when they regroup a little bit too slowly, but I tell you, the moment they get back as a unit, you don't want to face against them.
I mean, you also don't want to really look at the damage difference between Major Pride and Gladiators. Yes, Gladiators was placed second with 11 Olymps, but 3,000 damage in total done by Major Pride. I mean, that's nothing to not be scared of. They've had such a good game coming into this. Even Unicorns of Love, again, I'm highlighting them because we were looking at them coming into this. We had expectations of them coming into this, and it felt like they got caught very short.
Yeah, they did, unfortunately. I still didn't see Mihi play, so I guess that's potentially what they're going with now, which is Mihi not playing. Unless I'm blind, I missed out on his IG in the game, but I just did not see him at all. So a little bit surprising, though. Major Pride did go for that hilltop position very, very early on in the game, which, you know, when it comes to information gathering in this kind of circle position in this game, it is the best position. You cannot beat it, so good execution on their side. And we were talking a little bit about this during the game, Janiro, which is Avalanche. This was maybe their redeeming match. This was their one shot at glory to maybe get themselves a chicken dinner, but to do that, you have to be just so controlling and aggressive to make sure teams do not push you out of that location. They couldn't do it, and unfortunately, their one shot at chicken dinner just slipped away, and it might never come back this season.
Yeah, we were even contemplating at some points, should we go for Avalanche? Is that the chicken dinner? Is this that push that they need, that shift in momentum that's required for them to head into the rest of stage 3, get some of those points on the board, because that's what we really would like for them. But unfortunately, that's not the case, as we've seen how that played out. But looking at the match report as well, we can have a little bit of a sneak peek in terms of the top players. I mean, Major Pride on top, Nomi with the highest damage and 5 total Olymps. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I want to call Nomi the multitasking master of this game. He was doing so many intricate little jobs for his team. At one point, he was making sure that, excuse me, we're not able to breach their mountaintop location. He was just really super controlling north of that mountain range. And then the moment they started to think about following that KONINA Power rotation in the south, he regrouped with Dino and Monkey to add extra firepower to their team to make sure they don't get moved back into the blue. So overall, I love what Nomi's been able to do. He's really stood up alongside Monkey and Effect as like a really strong fragger throughout phase 2 and now phase 3, it seems. So yeah, Major Pride, I mean, I think this is their 10th chicken dinner, so a big celebration for Major Pride. You know, their 10th chicken dinner on the board.
Double digits.
Yeah, they're going to keep getting dubs. You know, it's easy for them, it seems.
Yeah, by the way things are going, even when we're looking at the overall rankings for Major Pride, I mean, we said it earlier today coming into this max, they were just 10 points away from getting into that 500 point mark, and they've definitely secured 23 points, which means that 24 points actually, which means that they have pushed it further, but they're on top of phase 3 already with 80 points on our 3rd day. which when you're comparing it to KASIK team, which is number 8 at the moment, 55, it's not a bad number at all. It is really impressive from a team like KASIK team. The fact that we haven't seen them show up in stage 1 and 2, but still, your Major Pride is just consistently pumping out these numbers, and no team is able to stay on top.
Yeah, I mean, one word we keep using a lot on this desk and also during the cast, right, is consistency. I feel like Major Pride is a team that really, it follows that word down to a T, which is they're just so consistent, game in and game out. They get so many chicken dinners, and even the games where they do not get those chicken dinners, they're bringing up 4, 5, maybe even 6 elims on good games, and they get himself a few placement points here and there. So things are looking absolutely fantastic for Major Pride, and no doubt they will be able to perform in a similar fashion heading into the finals. Though towards the bottom, I'm still not seeing my unfortunate KONINA power resurgence. Hopefully it'll be able to happen throughout the next few matches today. And AVALANCHE, which we stated was their one shot at glory. We didn't see anything happen there. They were just very idle. So I think we knew already our 16 teams. I said it yesterday, and after this game, it's just more solidifying me in the fact that we know our 16 teams already.
Yeah, I mean, something can always happen, but the next map that we have coming up is going to be Sanhok, and we have historically have a couple of teams that perform very well on it, KONINA Power Max being one of those teams, the team that you've just highlighted that you want to see perform, you want to see get some of those points in. So for them right now, this is the perfect opportunity to be able to do so.
Yeah, it could be happening. You know, KONINA Power, please, you're playing this game, I believe. Yeah, in Group B, so they're playing this game. So hopefully we can see a dub coming out from KONINA Power. As we know, they're very efficient when it comes to those Eastern rotations, and I want to see more from Palucci. Hopefully he'll just make it past the 15-minute mark, which has not always been the case this phase, unfortunately. But otherwise, the rest of those teams here are looking just really strong. Excuse me, also has been a really major step up throughout this third phase. So I'm impressed with a lot of these teams. There's still opportunities. There's still some wiggle room for some of these squads to really get some points in here. But we're getting closer and closer towards the finals. And I think that a lot of the teams at the top might be using this as like more glorified scrims than anything else. So yeah, I'm stoked with this third season so far. We had some very impressive plays, but the clock is ticking for the teams at the bottom, and especially AVALANCHE. If there's another game like this that happens, AVALANCHE, I want to see them start fragging out, shooting at everything. Even if they don't get the elims, I don't care. Try something. Because right now I have not seen anything being tried by the squads. I want to see them just throwing stuff at the wall and see if it sticks. And if it doesn't work, fair enough. At least you tried. You know, that's what I want to see from them.
That's a really great way of approaching things. Just throw it out there, see if it sticks, see if it works. And I think that's an approach that maybe not just AVALANCHE needs to be taking here. A lot of other teams can also learn from that. So we're going to see if that's going to work out. We're going to be heading over to our casters because John and Blank are covering Sanhok.
Absolutely thrilled to do it as well. We are going to be getting into game number 2 after Major Pride demonstrate why they are a 500-point barrier team. To have already broken that mark, excellent news for the squad. Healthy lead, unlikely we'll see anyone else at the top of the generals.
Yeah, double-digit chicken dinners now at 10, so doing really, really good stuff for themselves. I think that's like above and away anyone else inside this lobby. It's difficult stuff to make that happen, but here they are. They do it regardless. Heading over towards Sanhok now. Major Pride will be in this game once again, so another terrifying game for all these teams. Sly Europe now in second place, though. 76 points. Good stuff from them. And I think that they should continue performing quite well. And Gladiator is able to bring up that speed. About 4th place now, 68 points, still going strong. Heading over towards Sanhok, though. Teams that aren't playing Dark Project AR, VIRTUS.PRO, not a big deal. But again, another chance now for AVALANCHE, considering Dark Project aren't in the game, give them the most trouble here on Sanhok at the end of the day. So hopefully things can change just a little bit for them, for the better. Able to get 3 more points on that game, almost doubling their total point lead, but I don't know if they can continue pumping these points out because they do need to really speed things up. VIRTUS.PRO being their direct competitors, and even VIRTUS.PRO getting 24 points at the moment.
Yeah, it's very, very tricky stuff. They were 50 points behind at the start of the day. That gap has opened a little bit as well, up to 53 now, making it even harder. Even those 3 points, the point scoring totals that they're getting, that is a big margin to try and cover. So absolutely necessary for AVALANCHE to try and stand up. I think if the points lead gets to over 70, I will fully count AVALANCHE out. It's not out of the question that they could find something here. I mean, we have seen them get a chicken dinner previously in this tournament, right? They managed to get one over in phase 2, where that was most of their placement points as well. So it is possible for them to jump up a little bit.
Next 3 days have to be really strong, though, for Avalanche, including the games of today itself, for Avalanche to even really think about. But yeah, this game, obviously, as you can see, over towards this edge, Camp Bravo, we don't have the split between Dark Project. Also, we don't have this split between VIRTUS.PRO, which means that the guys from Sly Europe have a much easier time regrouping with Reflect. Also means Gladiators can move down here. We won't talk too much about this because we've seen this a lot of times now, where Gladiators have been given a bit more room to work with. They are in fact fielding Tixi over towards the Confluence compound though, so this could give them a little bit of an extra edge. But overall, I think it is this area towards the center which is much more open for a lot of teams to rotate through. But with this circle, finally, Gladiators can play the mountainside.
Wow. I mean, that is something that they haven't really been allowed to do. I think certainly not in the last phase. I can't remember exactly if in phase 1 they had a Northwest Island finish that they were able to play on, but it is absolutely something that they've been waiting for quite a while. So we'll have to see if they can capitalize on this opportunity, right? Because that is something that they'll feel a lot of pressure for, I'm sure. They haven't had this opportunity before, and so you're given it once, and then you can kind of get a little bit flustered by that sometimes. Hopefully, they can keep it chill.
Yeah. KASIK moving through. I think Avalanche has spotted one of their players here. I could be wrong. Narvalo, yeah, Game Lord. Similar colors, but Narvalo will pick that up with the VSS. Kaz goes down. KASIK team will be losing one of their outposts over towards the western side of Quarry. But again, a lot of movement has to happen soon. MADBULLS down towards Ruins. Nice little spot for them. MUERTE winning out their last Sanhok with a bit more of a speedy rotation, but now they need to figure something different out. So they figure out how to play up towards that main island. And they're like, yes, we feel more confident. And then suddenly, this is just the way the game goes in PUBG Mobile. Now they're throwing a circle that we have not seen in a long time. So new strategies required here, John.
Excuse me, I mean, speaking of fast rotations, excuse me, already across to that Northwestern Island from boot camp. So they will be fairly looted as well from that boot camp drop to be able to get across. And they have an excellent position to start to move forwards and encroach on that Northwestern Island. Tixi fully regrouped up towards Camp Alpha now on that northwest side. And Gladiator is going to start to try and establish their mountaintop position.
Yeah, Gladiators will just try and pilfer as much loot as possible from all around this area whilst they still can, knowing that other teams still have to move in. This is a 14-team lobby, so it is a bit more difficult to find those rotations through with more of the area being taken up at this current moment. Major Pride also made a quick rotation out of Pioneer nice and early up towards Confluence Compound, sending 2 players out up towards Gladiators themselves. Just having a quick scout. KONINA Power having a very rough time of things at the moment versus Nexus. Octavian has a really nice spray down. They won't quite pick out Fash though, which means that moving further forward, they still have to worry about a 3-player team.
Nexus on the north, trying to escape or extricate themselves from this scenario. Difficult rotations ahead. A lot of fast movement, really, is what we're seeing, because it's one of the first Northwest Island finishes we're seeing, and people are trying to claim that dominant spot. Unfortunately for Major Pride, that's going to be shut down. This excuse me rotation was so fast that it caught even Major Pride unawares, and they're going to lose 2 players for it. I don't think you can get back for Nomi. Probably not Effect, but Nomi does get flushed there as well. So Monkey and Dono having to go on as a duo.
Yeah, I think that, you know, they split this one up. They got 2 players forward, and excuse me, weren't quite in position to eliminate those rotations coming through. Moved down just after Dino and Monkey made their way through, so slightly unfortunate for them. Just a bit of an unlucky timing on that one after first scouting a safe rotation that becomes unsafe after the fact of only about like 10 seconds. Really, really rough time for them. Shockwave also similarly in a good spot up towards Hutton. They could play this one out, but Gladiators firmly setting themselves up for success around the center of this island, up on that high ground. MADBULLS moving through now. Major Pride would have loved to have denied this rotation. With only 2 players, taking shots could be slightly dangerous. Chulika all the way in the back, still pushing through, and I think they have seen a fair few players already make their pass Not going to take shots, though. Not going to reveal themselves, looking for a higher placement in this game. And certainly possible as a duo from Major Pride.
They should have heard shots from Excuse Me on some of their scouting. So they're probably aware that this part of the island is already going to be occupied, as well as they know the fact that Gladiators sometimes like to camp out this bridge. So they're definitely aware of how to do this northern rotation.
Yeah, I think the bullets maybe a little bit too far from Excuse Me side for MADBULLS rotating towards Tambang side. So I think that this is more of an assumption, like you said, that Gladiators might be holding them out. Again, Shockwave still pushing their way through. Sly Europe getting a little bit of revenge versus KASIK team, but they've already stripped them of the majority of their players down to just Mandarin now, currently the highest elimination count for the team.
Another nade over the top, and Mandarin needs to stick this first aid. Oh no, he didn't commit and will go down. He might have just about had time to finish that first aid. Should have popped the bandage first overall, but you know, it's those tiny little missteps that separate the top of the tables from a little bit lower down. Unfortunately for Sly Europe, second place. You know, that's a first aid before a bandage, second place right there.
Yeah, man. Very rough indeed. Avalanche moving through, but I think that they're going to get crumpled here. Octavian spots PNL rotating through, runs out of bullets in the mag, has a switch weapon, and luckily it's Kapahala who's able to pick up the slack there.
This time they will have enough health to be able to get that first aid off, and that opens up that northern side a lot more for Nexus, who can now go across that northern bridge. Shockwave have moved away from Hartin. You can see they've shunted all the way to the northwest side. Dagestan very near to them. Gladiators haven't gone for a full spread over the top of this mountain just yet. It looks like they've adjusted a little bit, but I imagine they are going to go back and take a little bit of an outpost on that northeast point of the mountain. So,
yeah, I think for Gladiators, they're aware that a lot of teams are rotating down towards that southwest side. I want to get a bit more of a bead on that one, but Tixie now, that northeast outpost, watching over towards the northeast side. Nexus will be moving through here shortly. I think Nexus are still looking quite good this phase, looking a lot better than previous iterations. Major Pride, 2 players, still going strong. The fact that they're just chilling here, but now we'll have to contend with Dagestan as they move through. Monkey quickly cuts apart Zadira.
they had no idea that they were there. Didn't manage to get that info, and now they lose a player. Unfortunate. You should expect this compound to already be occupied. But they were confident that there was no one there. Unfortunately, the entrance on foot for Major Pride bringing them down a peg. And they'll share it for now. A split 2 to the south and 3 to the north. In the vehicle.
That's nice.
That's sneaky from Shifu. Into the vehicle, looking around the smoke. And that should be an easy flush, but the window could be suppressed. And no, we'll be able to get that flush done. 1 player now left for Major Pride.
Yeah, Shifu's got some crazy tactics. I mean, on Miramar, we see him like tucked away up top a cave. It's all very interesting that Shifu makes these plays. He loves to go for like these almost one-way smokes as well through the vehicles. A very creative player in the lobby. I'll give them that. I'm sure that with time, this guy is going to be one of the leading members of Europe. And now Dagestan still not quite there in terms of as a team. Currently 48 points in 13th place. Wouldn't get into the Vikendi. Finishing right now. Monkey is surviving, living, just barely.
He's living, but he's not thriving, I think it's fair to say. A Molotov on the door, and Monkey slows it down a little bit more. Still has 3 first aids left, and can drain the Dagestan supplies pretty effectively. Look at that. Shifu now, no nades left. Monkey, oh hang on a minute, excuse me, here for a third party as well. Limbo Boom goes down, so 2 players now alive for Dagestan. In comes the push. Furia has the overlook, so it's just keep isolated into this 1v1. Monkey dodges back behind, looking for the 16 bullet spray down. And Shifu hops out to try and join in with the engagement. I think he's heard it. We'll get some shots through the window, and that should be a shutdown there. The question is, how much longer can the duo from Dagestan stay alive?
Monkey was a real pain there for Dagestan, like you said. So much utility wasted on one dude. I found it amusing that that little metal table was practically being the only thing that keeps him up. Game Lord move through now. over towards that middle side. Like we said earlier, the center of the map a bit more easy to rotate through, and Game Lord now finally making their approach in towards the circle. Very much determined to finish on the mountainside, so Gladiators looking to get a nice game finish off the back of this one.
It is in their hands right now. They do control the majority of this circle, and it's going to be very difficult to try and push in against them. MADBULLS and SHOCKWAVE fighting it out now for control of Camp Alpha. And whoever wins this out is most likely going to have probably the second strongest spot into this next circle.
Yeah, I mean, we could head out towards the eastern side, and currently no one is holding the compound directly to the east of the mountainside. I think that's something that KONINA Power, NEXUS, or Game Lord could all take up, but Camp Alpha right now looking quite good as a position just to chill. It does become quite difficult later on when you have to move out because it is straight into open ground towards the mountainside. Here's the MUERTE versus KASIK team. Discrim getting stuff done through the window.
This fight in Camp Alpha is made hard. As you can see, the scouting up towards the top of the mountain, towards Meku. Matic also on this side of proceedings. It just slows this fight down. It means that you can't have the freedom to go for this push around and essentially team deathmatch between these two, because you will just get shut down if you're not careful. You can see Aza very, very wary of those outlooks.
Unicorns are actually down towards that southwest side now. This just reminds me of when they... Ooh, there's no way. You got the Lynx on board. Oh, Tixi hitting some cracking shots. Unfortunately, Meku does go down, has to be brought back up to speed. This thing really does pack a punch, though. Only 5 bullets left in the chamber.
What can he do here? Aboladoi just about escaping one, and another as well. Swips out to the M4. I think he managed to tag 1 or 2 there. Get some damage in. Agora's in, healing up behind the rock. Popping some stims. Aboladoi broke out towards that northern edge. And the sprays are just going to come through from Tixi. Going to try and go again over onto Fash, but this is another. This is a really long-range spray, so it's not out of the ordinary to see this one go a little bit amiss.
Yeah, I want to go for a couple of taps, honestly. Anyway, back to the original point is Unicorns Love down towards that southwest side. Very, very much reminiscent of olden days back in Destiny, where they dominated this northwest island so many times. So I do think that, you know, with the way that Unicorns Love are currently playing, maybe there's a chance here for, maybe not a chicken dinner. I don't think they're quite there yet, but, you know, maybe with a second place on Sanhok, that's not out of the question.
You know how they love their second places. The shift goes out west, so the overlooks from Gladiators are still in, and Camp Alpha will remain a feature as well. Very difficult to transition from one position to the other. When the blue closes, those routes up the mountain are going to be really hard to find, and getting off that mountain edge is also going to be almost impossible. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Tixi try and move forwards to the compounds to just outside of Camp Alpha.
Could head a little bit further up. Yeah, this mountainside doesn't become as strong anymore. I mean, if it does move back over towards the east, you know, you have great sight lines down to anyone here. And with it cutting off a lot of those positions that move up towards the northwest island, northwest mountainside as well, you know, they could be pretty certain that no one else is going to get too deep on their position. Tixi takes that initial shot. Lovely headshot that way. Unicorns Love, though, dealing with MUERTE. Last one remaining. Discrim takes a huge amount of damage, and Noshi just backs this one up. We'll finish it off cleanly with the UMP.
We'll need to get this res pretty soon because the circle is starting to close. And now all of these teams are going to start to have to crunch in on the south side. Excuse me, the worse for wear right now as Dagestan's duo will push in behind them and the MADBULLS won't let them in.
MADBULLS playing this out quite smartly. Like I said before, don't want to take too many peeks, considering that there is a lot of overlook towards this position. NEXUS takes shot over towards SHOCKWAVE, do take down Trazen. I think NEXUS is currently playing with a limited player base. I check the actual leaderboards very quickly. I can find them. Never. Yeah, 4 players, in fact, so they do have all of them in this one location, so they're just all very grouped up. It's a good position for them. They can get the actual knock over towards Trazen, the flush. Be really good for their end game.
It's all getting a little bit crunched up. Nexus take the first knock from Seiko in Shockwave on the north side of Camp Alpha. And it is just all on where can Gladiators get these picks. And do a Bolodoy or Fash from KONINA Power find a little bit of a backstab. Matic and Tixi are going to be aware that there's KONINA Power players around, and there you go. Bolodoy goes down. Matic getting the angle there. Fash on the southeast side, though, might be a little bit more of a surprise if Kitsune gets spotted. And in fact, Kitsune might have been just a little bit spun for a loop here if he's still looking out towards Game Lord.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, now they're forced off this mountain edge with the circle sending down towards that southwest side. Dagestan with Shifu and Keep still up. Game Lord slowly flitting in on the southwest. Gladiators have to make some tough decisions ahead of them, getting downwards. Got 3 predictions for Gladiators. I'm going to go for Game Lord here. I think they have a nice outside position to play around with inside that valley. I do wonder if they can deal with Gladiators, but they might move up towards the north side where Matic is currently playing. I trust.
You have faith from the south side. We'll see what they can do. Unicorns of Love trying to push in on the west part of the south edge. Only 2 Dagestan players to deal with after they were torn apart a little bit by the Major Pride duo. See if they can give as good as they got. I feel like players know that there's a threat in these buildings. The nades are pouring in through the windows. Oh, Shifu has a cheeky little lineup there. Avalo spotted by Meku, but Fash is still crawling around in those hills, and they need to be careful because Meku's super split right now. Kitsune is about 100 meters away to the north side, so if Fash does go for the fight, there is a potential for a refrag, but the Gladiators could be bumped down to 3 very, very quickly.
Yeah, Fash slowly but surely edging his way over. MADBULLS trying to knock over towards Unicorns of Love. That's a far shot that he's taking. In a nice spot. I think MADBULLS have a real good chance for him. And there it is. Fash takes down Kitsune. Will flush him out too.
Unicorns of Love locked in the fight with Shifu, who's doing so much work against the Unicorns here. They are absolutely flagging right now. Keep moving in for the backup, and Shifu is just on a tear. Does get knocked and almost immediately flushed, but the Unicorns fall first. No, Shifu is still alive. So if he can crawl in, there's potential even for the res there to be able to stay in it. Fash gets away, and it leaves the Gladiators on 2. He found both of them up the top blank.
Yeah, first shot over towards Kitsune, quick flush. Meku turned round, but not quite quick enough, and then he jumped down the mountain out of the way. So really interesting stuff there coming through from Fash. And now Matic, Tixi in a bit of a struggle bus situation. The circle moves down towards that south side. Excuse me, currently having a very strong spot. Game Lord not quite as in a good spot anymore. I mean, they will have to push a little bit further over this edge, but it might open them up to a few nasty sightlines. Tixi definitely knows they're down there. Meku fed that information back across early when they got the knockover towards Nalvalo. But again, time is not on the side of Gladiators.
And without those sightlines on the top of the ridgeline, this fight can start to progress a little bit faster than it was doing before. MADBULLS versus Shockwave, and the nades are great from actually both teams, as there's a double knock coming through from Frozen to even the score. Trazen and Seiko having to regroup a little bit. 2 players down on the inside each, and both of these teams are going to be pretty unhappy about that. Zerich putting more nades on in to just slow things down, and in the meantime, Nexus can skirt around the edge. Matic and Tixi do not have control here anymore. Game Lord are a little bit more the worse for wear behind that ridgeline. They can't push forwards, so Nexus are capitalizing perfectly on this fight.
Nexus find themselves a nice little outpost as well, right towards the center area. Gladiators drop down, but Fash again finds Tixi. And Matic goes down to Fash as well. A full 1v4 squad wipe coming through from Fash from KONINA Power. Game Lord hot on his tail though. But with what he's done so far, is there more he can give?
That is devastating for Gladiators. One player does so much. Seiko goes down in the meantime. Aza as well to Keme's auto shotgun. Moves on in up to the wall, waiting for the burnout to go through. Nexus getting naded behind, and Shockwave are pinched here between the MADBULLS and Nexus, who have moved on into the fight. Keme with another auto shotgun round the side, and now the MADBULLS take up the mantle. Shockwave were not able to do it. Can the MADBULLS move in? They have all 4 players alive. Keme is knocked on the forward position, and they do not have the inside track, so Nexus have to take this fight. They have to make this one work. Kapahala, the only saving grace for them right now to try and control the MADBULLS leaving, but
oh, come off it.
On the wall side, Fash is still going. 2 players from GameLord going down as well on the hillside. Goodness me, is this guy going to keep on going? We'll have to wait and see. He repositions up the hill, low HP, and finally he's drawn short, but Octavian goes down first to him. Oh my god, what an impact this solo player's had.
Yeah, double knock, a flush as well now coming through. It's excuse me, spots the players crossing on that side. Akashi, last remaining for the team, and most likely will go down next.
Kapahala just about getting back into cover there. We'll be able to get the heal on. We'll need to move south further, and the MADBULLS can look for these reses. Fleeke can't afford to sit there and bandage, and most likely can't get his teammates back up either. This is excuse me, his game to lose now.
Excuse me, once again, playing a very classic tactic. Stay out of the way of everyone until the end and then cause chaos, mayhem in these final moments. Kapahala goes down, MADBULLS with 2 start to creep out, and it will be, excuse me, just picking up the stragglers.
Excuse me, the politest guests in the world, waiting their turn. Do you want the chicken dinner? Anyone else? Does anyone else want it? Oh no, okay, we'll have it. Excuse me, going for the final piece of the charcuterie board there on Sanhok, and we'll be able to take a chicken dinner. It's great if you can just keep on taking these ones home. They will absolutely be pleased to have that.
Yeah, don't really do too much this team. Get themselves into a decent-ish position and then just sit there. And usually it works out very, very well for them. A little bit of circle luck coming their way. But again, it's happened so many times now that, you know, I don't know if you can call this luck anymore. I'm just not sure. GameLord also getting pinned to the post by Fash. Takes down 2 of their players, leaves them completely vulnerable to that side swipe coming through from excuse me. And Fash soloing Gladiators on the mountaintop. Yeah, you don't see that every day.
I mean,
that's the second 1v4 from him as well, this tournament.
I mean, Fash just absolutely picking people apart there. Also onto GameLord. I mean, it felt like the Gladiators really dropped the ball, not protecting both flanks of the mountain. They found a Bolodoi on the north, and they were like, well, that's all the threats gone, right? Like, there's no way we'd die here. And then they did, because they let someone through. They let it through the net, and you can't do that in the PMPL, because all these players are ready and raring to go. Excuse me, though. They hide it down, they lock it up, and they take everybody else out in their way with the help of Fash, but they get the chicken dinner nonetheless.
Come on, let's go.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to PMPL EU. I'm Ginny, joined on the desk by Max, and let's have a little bit of a dissecting of what happened. But before we do so, don't forget to follow our socials, because as always, there are going to be some pretty good updates over there and memes.
I already got a
Max.
few ideas of memes just from today alone, so you'll have a few more posted throughout the next few weeks, okay? And they should be good, I think, which is weird to say about my own memes, but I think I bring people the ha-has, and that's all that matters, yes.
Haha, but not haha funny, haha weird. Anyway, there's also a survey that you can fill out to let us know what you think about the memes, what you think about the broadcast, what you think about everything involved. So fill it out, let us know your thoughts, your feelings, your opinions, and we will take those into consideration. Now let's have a look at the match ranking, specifically Max, because I am not gonna lie, I have the memory of a goldfish, but it's not that bad, because I actually don't remember the last time we've seen Excuse Me get a chicken dinner.
I would have to agree. It's been a while since we saw an Excuse Me chicken dinner coming on through, and it's not a small one too. They also get himself 8 eliminations on board, so that's 18 points total for this dub alone. And they were the very first team to make their rotation from boot camp into the northern western island, because they just knew pretty much 100% the circle on phase 2. The moment it shifted up there, okay, the game is going to end on that island. We need to be there soon, so we have full priority on picking which compound we want to go into. And that allows them to gain one of the best central positions, and they don't have to move too much. They can hold on to their resources. And as we saw, even solos can ruin the opportunity for these teams to get themselves in a good position. Like Fash got himself a 1v4 versus Gladiators, plus I think 2 elims on Game Lord. A solo player on this battleground can mess up your entire game plan. So the fact that they were in a compound central super early allowed them to just avoid all the madness of Sanhok.
Yeah, I shouldn't let them do that. But sometimes, you know, players get away with it, and that's all right, because having a look at the stats specifically, I mean, Havlik with 3 elims, 764 damage.
Doing pretty decent. We haven't given Black his infamous DBS, so that's why he got himself 0 elims. If he doesn't have a DBS, nothing happens. But if he does, he's going to get like 8 elims, 9 elims on the game. But yeah, Havlik, a player that we haven't seen too heavily as of recent memory, doing too well. Beck, though, is a player that typically we do see well, get some good stats in for the side of Excuse Me when they do get a strong performance. So yeah, happy to see Excuse Me get himself some points. It's just good for the morale boost, hopefully, before heading into the finals. But start of the game, interesting to see, because we knew the circle was going to end towards the western side of Sanhok, so a lot of the teams were on the move pretty much instantaneously. Though, as we see that first fight, Keep and Shifu, again, Janiro, they've been just popping off, clearing fights, eliminated Major Pride right after they got their own chicken dinner. So Keep and Shifu, really, I hope that people are paying attention, because these are 2 players you might want to think picking up next season. Might even be the next Unicorns of Love roster. Who knows?
Who knows? That's something that we kind of were speaking about as well, like in the green room, thinking like, okay, looking at Shifu, the performance coming out from this individual alone by themselves. And again, we said it earlier as well on the pre-show. We were like, even if you have that one player that's stepping up to the plate and that's performing and that's getting the elims, unless the entirety of the team steps up alongside them, it's going to be very difficult for them to have a big of an impact on some of these placements. And that's what we're seeing from the likes of Shifu as well. It's great, solid, consistent performances from PMEC up into the PMPL. But unfortunately, unfortunately for Shifu, Dagestan didn't get their chicken dinner, but Excuse Me did get, you know, that's actually the first thing that came to my mind when I heard Excuse Me being a team. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's very fun. A lot of fun on broadcast to have. But KONINA Power, they do show up. I mean, specifically when we're looking at Fashe, that's one of the teams that we said coming into Sanhok. They perform really well. They get a lot of damage. We were looking to see how they are going to be performing here. And yes, you get points for those elims, but potentially maybe not as big of a performance as we were hoping, or maybe they are needing themselves to be able to move up in the rankings.
Where's my boy Palucci? He's been missing in action for this entirety of the phase. I want to see my boy Palucci popping off, getting into the late game, hopefully get himself a KONINA Power chicken dinner. It's not been the case, but the way he's been able to get 6 elims has been mental. And the thing is, Gladiators, I think, did get a little bit too comfortable on their mountain position there on Northwest Island. They just didn't scout that little building where Fash was hiding for the entire game. And unfortunately, you got to do that. You got to keep in mind, it is Sanhok, and just a solo player can ruin everything for you. So you want to check every nook and cranny when you have the time to do so. But that's why I went for the prediction of Gladiators. I'm like, it's a Northwestern Island finish. They have 4 players alive. This seems like a Gladiators chicken dinner, but yeah, they got a little bit too comfy, and the chicken dinner just slipped through their fingers, which is always sad to see for them.
Yeah, because you'd expect be able to hold a dinner, you know.
Especially a whole chicken.
Yeah,
I was like, it's a kale, I get it. Like, that could slip through, but like a chicken?
Yeah, it's all a chicken.
Yeah.
But looking at the match rankings, the totals from day 3 with that chicken dinner that, excuse me, got there, just like, poof, shoot themselves up into that first place. 1 point difference between themselves and Major Pride. So seeing how Major Pride is going to be performing throughout the rest of the day is going to be very crucial. But it's not as top heavy as we were expecting it to be, because 82 for the first place, 67 for the 8th place. There is always that one game that could make a huge difference.
Yeah, any of the teams on that first page that get himself a chicken dinner in this following match, they can be in first place. That's how close it currently is, though. Towards the bottom, you've seen a few gaps being created, especially towards VIRTUS.PRO Avalanche. They're really struggling to get those points in. Still, as I said, Avalanche, they need to get something to work out throughout these 4 days now, almost 3 days. We're almost halfway done through the day here, so not a lot of time remaining for them. But yeah, towards the bottom, it's not working out too good, but it's good at the top that we're seeing, excuse me, just not having just a one chicken dinner. They had also a few decent results throughout this phase where they get himself a few eliminations here and there, so I'm happy to see that. So yeah, happy to see things working out and ready for some good grassy pastures action here.
Yeah, let's head on to Erangel with Blank and John to walk us through the action and see if these teams are able to show up halfway through stage 3.
It's grassy. There's pastures. That's right. It's the grassy pastures of Erangel going on. You can't shake it now. You can't shake it now.
I can't. It's remaining with us forever and will never, ever leave. And that's okay. You know, I like some constant in my life. And this is going to have to be it. Over towards Erangel. 3rd match of the day here for you guys at home. Not playing will be, excuse me, at the top. 82 points. Bit of a silent killer in the lobby. Sly Europe dropped down to 3rd. Major Pride 1 point behind in 2nd place, 81 points currently. But we won't be having Sly Europe, excuse me, Unicorns of Love or Avalanche in this game. So unfortunately for Avalanche, no real chance here to pick up some more points on their side. Will be over towards the eastern side of the map, meaning that nice little easy rotate there for MUERTE heading down towards this position. Also, you should be able to see Nexus gain control of Mill to Power nice and early. On the other side of the map, though, for AAR, Gatka is a little bit out of range. I think that you realistically be dropping around this area, picking up vehicles, and then taking them over towards Gatka's side. So a little bit of a struggle to head down there, even more so for Dark Project in Primorsko. A little bit awkward for some of these teams so far, but nothing outside the ordinary. And whilst we'll wait for the circle to pop.
Southeast side. Down there. We were looking towards the top of the tables and they were speaking just before on the desk about how it is so close and that at this stage any team pretty much down to like 11th place with 1 chicken dinner could feasibly jump up towards the top spot, certainly put themselves in the running. So it is very, very close still as we enter our 3rd day's worth of games. The circle shows up and centers on the river that runs through the middle of the main island. But yeah, it's absolutely right slap bang evens right now on most of these tables. The big feature here for me is that Dark Project and Game Lord both have 1 less game played, so they have an extra game to earn points.
Yeah, so both of them can pick up some more points in this game. Get themselves a little bit further ahead. Dark Project obviously dropping off just a little bit, but like you say, John, that extra game in hand is going to be fairly important for them going forward. AAR taking shots over towards KONINA Power to start things off. Getting 1 knock right away.
It's the Slayer himself, Fash, knocked on the hillside. Tapok did get taken down as part of that conversation. Elementrix very low on ammo. You can see there are only 4 as the backstop behind the magazine that he's got in the M4 right now. No armor, no helmet either. KONINA Power should be able to regroup on this. Very low on meds. Palucci and Agorazin both very, very low. ARR may be looking to try and press this issue. Try and get some of that vengeance, get a point or 2 back on board. As Agorazin still yet to find any meds. And the res comes through onto Fash. Elementrix, though, in the meantime, should be able to spot this out. But does he want to expend all this ammo? I don't think he does.
Should have spotted Agorazin there just running across the field. Oh, relays that information back towards Aces. Should get shot in the back here, nice and easy. There it is. Agorazin should be going down. Couple more shots. M16, a little bit more difficult to handle with absolutely no attachments on it, but still gets that elimination. Palucci, Fash, both extremely low, but nice shots from Abolodoi there. Will lay Elementrix on the floor, but look at this. Pretty much the entirety of KONINA Power on their last legs now.
SHOCKWAVE might hear this and could potentially even look to go for a clean-up fight here. Elementrix, very resable. And as you were saying, last legs for KONINA Power. They haven't had the time to loot up the meds, and they just don't have anything in the back pocket. No helmet even for a Bolodoy. If they try and push close, that DBS could be pretty effective. Those stims also the last lifeline for this forward position. But the rest of KONINA Power looking for something else, maybe rotating around for some high ground.
Yeah, I mean, even with that DBS, it's one bullet from the M4, game over. So I think for the guys from KONINA Power, kind of relying over towards some of their other members to come try and pick up the pieces. But for AAR overall, it's just this bike they have, and I think they're realizing that they're going to need to crash something, get something done here.
Okay, all right, Bolodoy up and against it, puts the only nade he had down the stairs, doesn't manage to get out in time, misses the first vault, and goes down to the Bison from Aces. KONINA Power do have the position out to the west, so they do need to be careful stepping out, but yeah, there's too many trees in the way. Palucci doesn't have the sight lines to cover. Fash not in position, and even if he was, Elementrix was there to handily take care of business. Palucci now last standing. Didn't really go great for anybody, but ARR come out on top.
Yeah, again, they are now really lacking on supplies. So I have to go look for some more positions around the map to pick things up. You can see Elementrix there, 6 bullets left in the chamber of the M4. And that's it. Nothing else for him.
Not just yet. It's a long road ahead for Palucci, but KONINA Power, you know, 1v5s, 1v9s. 1v10s, let's see what Palucci can do if he can channel Fash's power. SHOCKWAVE could, as they have started to move south, could stumble upon an undergeared, underprepared ARR. These are SnowX moving just a little bit underneath them, regrouping further up north. I think they're expecting a little bit more resistance if they were to push forwards.
Yeah, but nothing actually there at all for them. Unicorns are over towards Zaki at the moment, fairly free in that position too. Practically no teams off towards this western side. As the initial start of this fight is Tapok once again doing Tapok things. Pretty much starting this one off very strong for them, being the only player there. The rest of the team just capitalize off the back of it. Palucci's found, run down by AAR. He only got so far.
North George unlooted right now, as is South George. ARR could potentially try and head out that way because they definitely need something else in their pockets to see them safer into the later circles. Gladiators went down south, spread across the ferry pier and just the north of Sosnovka Island. Dark Project going to rotate past them and get spiked back a little bit. Don't want to take this fight too early.
Yeah. I think with 13 teams as well, there's so much area on the map that is just open and free to play from. MUERTE, Nexus both moving through. A little bit more confidence from MUERTE, but I don't think it's enough confidence just yet to take that engagement with Nexus this early on. Liking to move in quite early. Nexus still doing fairly good stuff, honestly, despite everything. They just look a lot stronger than they did before. And starting off the day strong on Miramar, it's only gotten better from there for them. Getting a nice third place over on Sanhok too. MADBULLS move a little bit further back down from the north side towards Rozhok. Look towards Major Pride, in fact. So quite an aggressive hold coming through from MADBULLS.
I don't know, quite close into the buggy. And gets out of there. Won't be too close to Major Pride anymore, but there are those windows around Frozen's position, so we'll need to be a little bit more careful getting on with it. But we've seen the power that these Ruins positions can have in later circles, should the circles head out that way, and Major Pride will establish themselves around that area.
VIRTUS.PRO on their movement. First one of the game. We know they like to send nice and central, but they've been held out quite a few times so far, John, which has been kind of working against them. A lot of their points have been found just through placements alone, but even that is now becoming quite difficult. And Major Pride do send away as MADBULLS encroach on their position over towards Sunken. Dino sending high up towards Everest, looking down over towards Gatka's side, where AR are currently now playing, made their move from the north side. Like I said before, it was quite difficult to get down towards Gatka, and that's what really initiated that engagement between them and KONINA Power, both looking for a compound that was surrounded by vehicles. The circle centers up towards Rozhok School and Pachinki. Once again, have a lot of circles in this area, John.
Yeah, it seems like it likes to head out this way this tournament. The good news for a lot of teams is that the decision to go north or south of the river has been made for them. Most teams will be looking to head all the way south right now. North and South Georgia, well, the entirety of Georgia Pole was undropped, unlooted, uncontested by anyone. ARR didn't try and step there. They went down to Gatka, as you were talking about. Unicorns of Love from Zaki actually swung over towards shooting range and are now making their way down south. But that whole northwest side of the circle is very, very underpopulated compared to what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, it's quite insane, the amount of teams that are all starting to converge on this position so quickly. NEXUS and MUERTE still taking their time, though. NEXUS making a further rotation down towards the south, and MUERTE sticking up on that northern side. They are going to come into contact with GameLord at some point, though. GameLord has been historically a little bit iffy on these rotations on the eastern side, getting caught out quite a few times in open area as they try and take their splits with Robs.
Gladiators, southwest side, out in the open a little bit, but with quite a few vehicles to be getting on with. They'll be all right with that. Becca managing to get 1 first aid, level 2 armor, no replacement helmet just yet. But it looks like ARR have managed to piece together a semblance of a looting phase over towards Gatka.
Dark Project, move up from Primorsk. It's taken a while to get in this position, John, honestly. But Gladiator's getting down here nice and early too. That's big news. That's very out of the norm for them. And VIRTUS.PRO, the heart center, as per usual. I should have held my tongue saying that they could not get in towards the center as easily, because somehow, some way, they snake their way in.
Hey, if you need something move into the middle of the circle, just talk to VIRTUS.PRO, because they are absolutely brilliant at it, even under the duress of everyone around them. I was talking about how the northwest side was really underpopulated. That southwest side that Gladiators have moved from was also fairly underpopulated. It was only Dark Project around there. The Gatka drop was very, very slow from ARR, and the Unicorns of Love weren't contesting this west coast, so the Gladiators didn't really have too much to contend with. When it came to grouping up towards the north, Matic a little bit too close to danger there and does look to regroup with the rest of the Gladiators team. Meanwhile, on the northwest side, Shockwave and GameLord are going to have to figure out how to leave Rozhok, extricate themselves from that area, move across those open fields, those headshot hills to the west of school, and find a path past MADBULLS and KASIK team.
Yeah, pretty rough ending for this one. AAR spots Gladiators passing by. Matic should have seen that. It may have gone a little bit too quickly, but yeah, rough circle ending with Ruins still in play, fields out towards Gatka. Not many compounds. Pachinki not likely to be finished in this circle. It's all quite interesting how these teams are going to have to play this one out. It's going to take a lot of control from these squads, a lot of restraint in terms of their splits. And maintaining area is really the highest priority for a lot of these teams.
One smoke in the bag for Becca, and that is probably going to be the major punishing factor for ARR, is the lack of utility. They might have been able to get a bit of ammo, some weapons, and a little bit of healing and armor on board, but not having those smokes in these open finishes is going to be so punishing for a team that's playing as 3.
Shockwave. Currently down towards school at the moment. Looking out towards that western side. KASIK team also in a fairly decent spot. They had a nice game on Erangel yesterday, actually, John. Those quick, speedy decisions, which haven't really seemed to be coming into play today. Not as hot. The back of it, GameLord though comes through. Robs once again with the DBS, looking very clean, but takes a huge amount of damage in return.
GameLord keeping it together though. He might have taken the damage, but getting the point is going to be worth it. KASIK team, yeah, they just have such a good sideswipe. That's actually MADBULLS taking shots out this way from the other side of it. Yeah, there's a reason we call this Headshot Hills. It's so difficult to find cover with teams posted up around you.
Yeah. I think that in this area as well, like you're saying, John, it's just one of these things where, because there are so little areas to play in, you have to be very worried about every single area, which is why we're not seeing as many teams towards the center here, because ensuring that your rotational path is fairly clean, that's quite important for just sending directly through, because these open fields is just going to be a shooting gallery for some teams. GameLord make the executive decision to just barrel it through. Major Pride spot towards the center in that compound, very, very strong at the moment. Next circle to pop through.
Okay, that's right on top of Major Pride's position. Effect.
Hi.
That was such clutch timing on the rundown for the spray. The rest of GameLord are rocking up as well, but Effect handles one. Is it going to be enough? No. But Robs goes down. Nomi not quite able to stop that one from happening. Major Pride lose a player, and these two central teams both getting punished is actually really big news for a team like Gladiators, who can move up towards GameLord now. Tixi leading that charge as well, leaving Matic as a backstop. Two players hop out of those vehicles. Nades are going to start to come through. GameLord are going to want to extricate themselves from this and get Robs back to health, but not going to be allowed to do so without a challenge anyway. Nexus might even pour on in if they're unfortunate about it. Meku trying to slow everything up.
Yeah, with this circle just centering further up towards all this open ground, a lot of teams taking that decision to quickly muster forces, send in. If they can hear the fighting going on, they're going to try and third party off the back of it. The more space they clear now, the easier that end game is going to become. And all the while, Major Pride extremely happy within that compound. Will be a little bit upset by losing Effect on that off angle. 4 players alive in a compound like this almost certainly guarantees a win. But for Major Pride, now down to 3. A crash could be devastating.
Yeah, we're looking at teams like Unicorns of Love from the northern side if they can gather speed. Nexus coming a cropper a little bit against the Dark Project position. Only one knock back towards and a second found, actually. A flush for 3 players of Nexus. So teams are starting to pick each other apart. And 4-player teams are very few and far between right now. I'm seeing 5 teams now left on 4 players alive. But very few of those still going to be on a central position. Tixi gets knocked forwards, but Gladiators keep things going against Dark Project on that south side. They should get this res. Not really too much to do. Nexus can't push out. They have a knock themselves. GameLord not going to push away from the center, and Latte also isolated from this engagement. So Gladiators should stay up as 4 on the southwest side.
Yeah, Meku just edging forward just a little bit to try and get some information on where the GameLord players did end up. Goes for it again. Just try and peek over this ridge, just spot it, and now the information has been gained. Can move back out towards the rest of the team, giving them that information that a crash is now most likely available, in which case GameLord responds by laying down as much smoke as possible to limit the sight lines, make this engagement a little bit awkward.
This ridge top really isn't great, but they'll hold it down for now. GameLord playing with 3 after Narvalo got ripped from his buggy in an unfortunate turn of events. MADBULLS tried to move down south. They have still got all 4 players alive, and they're playing these effective ridges. I'm wondering if MUERTE could backstab on it, or even Beast from Unicorns of Love out to the northwest side. Such open ground. And they regroup as all 4.
MADBULLS sending up. Currently playing with 4 players at the moment. MADBULLS seeming to get a little bit better each time. Getting a little bit more confident on these plays. SHOCKWAVE can spot them. This is most likely their most difficult position to deal with. Luckily, they're in a rough spot themselves where nades can come through aplenty. Circle, centers up, over towards Dark Project's players. Gladiators on the outside edge will have to push in over towards GameLord.
I imagine this is where we're going to lose ARR. without that utility, without those smokes, unless they've been able to pick through the buildings that they've moved past and gather enough to move them forwards, it's going to be very, very tricky to push in towards the rest of the circle. Here's Effect. Such an incredibly timed knock as well, because I think that buggy would have had him had he not. Unicorns of Love try and rock up onto the MADBULLS position and go 1-for-1 on the trade. Fleek also falling as Noshi has been such an anchor for this roster. The MADBULLS position forwards has been completely dismantled, and Zerich now left last standing for the squad. Moves forwards, has 2 players close to deal with, but will not be able to handle it. Unfortunately, Zerich pulled away, and Frozen now last standing for the MADBULLS. The res is possible for the Unicorns of Love as Beast holds their backstop, but unfortunately there's shots coming in from MUERTE.
A lot of teams getting involved on these engagements at the moment. AAR up towards the northern side of Gladiators, and it seems that they're now looking to make their push over towards Game Lord, but we'll first have to deal with AAR first. Aces goes down, the back of that one, Becker behind the vehicle, and Gladiators really do have a strong position now on this side, but still a lot of obstacles ahead of them.
There they go, ARR trying to move in, and they just do not have the firepower behind them. They've been puffing and puffing since they've taken the fight with KONINA Power right at the start of the game, and finally they are snuffed out of the game. 12th place, KASIK team trying to find that central position and consolidate the areas around them, but it's such difficult going.
Gladiators will I get a little bit of a resupply over there on the AR players. Split decision from everyone here. Janiro going for KASIK team. I like that decision. I was considering them myself. I saw MADBULLS had sightlines down towards them, but with MADBULLS gone, very much a possibility now for KASIK team as they made that rotation across.
They have lost a player though in the process, so playing on as 3. MADBULLS do go down fully. Unicorns of Love on 3 on the north side now also have that sightline over towards KASIK, but it's going to be pretty hard to leverage. Game Lord, you can see they don't quite have that shot in. Major Pride on the northwest, fairly isolated from anyone. They will have to leave as 3, but we'll see what more they can try and get done. Gladiators still 4 players alive and gathering together for what looks like a push towards Game Lord.
Yeah, I think just edging on the sides at the moment. They could go for a crash over towards Major Pride. They wanted to, but just want to scout out a little bit more. Monkey leaves the compound, scouts the exit, right? The evacuation plan, which needs to be in there and ready for, but yeah, looks like they're going over towards Game Lord, scouting out this position. If they can get further in, it's good news. And a long nade here from Tixi, potential, and if they can clear out Game Lord, suddenly they have a very good spot. Nade not long enough though.
This rock is really good to hold off those nades as well. It's very difficult without exposing yourself to get into a nade position here. With Nexus suppressing the ridgeline, they can't move to the right. They really do need to take a front-to-back engagement, but they don't have to take it just yet. Still finding their feet in the zone. Unicorns of Love, though, they're going to have to figure something out because the blue zone will push them sooner rather than later. Zero has to find cover, but Trazen takes out his backup in the form of Beast. Mihi and the buggy is further forwards, but Zero now really under pressure. Shockwave similarly are going to have to move, and Snowick's crossing open ground. Mihi wants to challenge it. Trazen trying to follow it up, but Mihi's there, able to find one. VIRTUS.PRO have shots out towards this way. KASIK team are lighting it up, and both of these teams I don't think are long for it.
Mihi, one of the star players from previous seasons, looking to step things up just a bit for the rest of his team. And Unicorns of Love just really don't feel like a team that's going to fall down all that often. Gladiators looking to move downwards towards the south side of the map. Interesting stuff here with Tixi edging his way over towards Game Lord, getting a bit further in nade range. Doesn't want to use too many. The Gladiators pushing back out to the outside of the circle itself.
I just haven't found that road in towards the Game Lord position. Nexus have been stopping them from sweeping around to the right, but it looks like maybe that time is over. VIRTUS.PRO are going to force Octavian and Kame to stay there, but we know what power Nexus can have as 2. We saw it in the last game, although it was Kapahala instead of Keme. However, both equally powerful in their own right. Tixi still just circling like sharks right now on the outside, but they're going to need to find some blood sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, with 4 vehicles, A crash could be nice, but again, it is a 4v3. A lot can go wrong in that instance. Nexus can get involved in that engagement. You can see that players are looking towards them. With that not going through, maybe things are now opened up just a little bit. When Tixi sending that knock over towards Robs, this is really good timing coming through from Gladiators.
A flush came through from Major Pride across the way, so Game Lord now holding him with 2. Akashi falls, and now it's just Victor to try and go forwards. Gladiators almost losing Tixi there, but just about holding him together. Gladiators can continue as 4. A nade from Victor looks pretty good, but Meku's already left. Can he get the run down? No, unfortunately not. Navalo was ripped out of the buggy, and the buggy will be the death of Victor as well. Game Lord fall down to Gladiators as the 4-player team on the southwest side are going to hold on for now.
Yeah, very, very slow approach, but slow and steady wins the race a lot of times. And again, in these types of circles where you've got to be very careful, it's where Gladiators' playstyle really does start to shine a bit, waiting for the opportune moment. As soon as they heard that grenade down towards their south side and the knock coming through on the elimination feed, they were ready to push onto Game Lord, understanding that that fight was well underway. So really, really smart stuff. Now, Kitsune looking up towards Major Pride, and I think that all their attention should be set towards Major Pride as well now. They should know a team will be holding this compound for as long as possible. And now they have a huge amount of space, a nice ridge line to play around with good resupply on Game Lord 2. This game is looking real nice for Gladiators.
8 eliminations already on the game, and 0 out in the open field might make it 9. You're right, Major Pride's push is going to be really tricky. The uphill struggle will be on the way. They should have quite a few smokes in the back pocket to make it a little bit easier, and the Gladiators' sightlines are really quite condensed right now. They haven't spread out because they are worried about the teams towards the position that Octavian holds.
I mean, fair play to Gladiators. A lot of times they have not been able to get themselves a nice end game because of their splits have been a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too careful, but splitting up towards stage 5, stage 6, that was fine. Now they've consolidated some forces. Major Pride now grabbing into vehicles. Will have to make their push soon. Smokes are out. Good confirm over there from Major Pride over towards Beast. That'll be Unicorns of Love now down.
That allows Major Pride quite a lot of mobility here. And you can see they already send 2 out almost immediately after sweeping out the Unicorn's position, but Single has to sideswipe, has to fade away because he is getting an answering volley. And Volley's going to move forwards for VIRTUS.PRO towards the Gladiators' ridge side. Major Pride want to pick up the pieces, playing as 3 as they have done for a while after losing effect earlier. It's going to make it a lot harder. Octavian, the solo, will fall down as well, so now we're limited. Oh no, he's still active. He's still there. KASIK team have taken a knock. They are eliminated, so 4 teams remain. Octavian on a sliver, as Gladiators want to get rid of Major Pride, but they'll hold on for now.
Yeah, Major Pride being a real sticking point. For right now, Octavian is a little bit of a danger for them in the back. But as our VIRTUS.PRO with 4 players on that ridge side, and we know how good Major Pride are at really forcing these engagements between 2 teams. You can see that just creating that territorial space with Nomi pushing up to that edge side, making VIRTUS.PRO a little bit worried about pushing down this way. Now they have the circle.
They do have a little bit of it. Singles rolling around these hillsides. Such intelligent terrain play here from Major Pride. Playing those ridges perfectly. The fadeaways, everything. To try and get things into your control. Octavian's still surviving throughout it all. And VIRTUS.PRO, I mean, they go central early. They make it work, and Purple's now got a Groza. We've seen how effective this could be in the hands of Tapok from ARR. Let's see what VIRTUS.PRO can do with it.
Unfortunate detail for Major Pride is that they are on the edge of the blue, and I think that they will have to push out their cover if they don't want to get hit by the blue itself. It is taking a while to push in now. Starts 60-second countdown. You can see Octavian starting to crawl upwards. Meku still scouting this position, realizes that there's most likely players still straggling on the road here.
Ooh, spotted volley. Will be able to get some shots over towards Monkey and Dino, who are behind a vehicle as the blue zone just tickles them at the back. But taking these shots is going to allow the Gladiators to start to put pressure on, and Volley has to hit the deck, which is the saving grace right now. Octavian launches a nade over towards VIRTUS.PRO. Tixi, I think, has just spotted that. We'll see the player moving over the ridge side, needs to stay alive in the duel and goes down. Tixi lost on the back and not in the next zone. Will need to crawl forwards pretty desperately. Major Pride have managed to shimmy on forward, somehow finding an opening. Of Hayes, Folly burnt away as well, and Major Pride have got a little bit more of a door now.
Still moving out into open ground, the guys from Major Pride, with a little bit of cover available for Purple, can still ruin the day of Major Pride themselves as they push out vehicle in front of them. Circle will push them all in. Tixi should get back up on his feet. A heal comes through. Last zone encloses. Purple's cover on this block no longer as effective as it was before as Nomi tries to clear out of a nade.
Has just managed to escape most of that damage. 2 players active for VIRTUS.PRO. Monkey crawling towards it. A nade from Nomi finds Purple. That's the Grozer out of commission. Gladiators now starting to sweep across this circle. This is the control that they were looking for. Up and standing. Monkey knows that Gladiators are going to do that and knows that the single position is also going to be suppressed by their enemy team. So it has a little bit more freedom. Flush, point over towards Major Pride. Nomi holds the left flank for them. They need opening knocks here towards Gladiators.
Yeah, Kitsune just gathering as much information as possible. Nomi's being really bold, standing up, taking these nade shots, but Kitsune passes that information back. Clean knock comes through.
Single should be spotted here and taken down. Now, second place guaranteed for Major Pride, but they're crawling back towards the potential res. Kitsune hops out the buggy and gets one. Doesn't even go down for it as well, and that should be Gladiators playing efficaciously from the top of the hillside. Nobody could stand on up to them. VIRTUS.PRO pushed, crunched against the blue, and even Major Pride couldn't weather the storm that they were rolling down the hill.
Yeah, it was really, really well done. And again, I think that kind of game lends its hand to the Gladiators playstyle, which is really cautious and careful. So playing out in the open, where there's little to no cover, slowly formulating those plans. And this is a game where no one could head center, remember? And again, this is one of the biggest issues that Gladiators have, is that when everyone sends center, they practically have no room to play with getting into the game. So everyone having to play on those edge sides before figuring out a way into the circle, you know, Gladiators are able to play at their optimum level with their current playstyle. It's really interesting. You can just see how dominant Gladiators are in a game where it plays towards their favor. So yeah, very, very well done to Gladiators. A few very good and purposeful fights there.
Yeah, their regroup really gave them that strength. And it wasn't a super easy push from that southwest side. A lot of teams competing for that area. But Gladiators just starting to gather that steam. We saw them pop off yesterday or the day before, and now it looks like they have gathered that momentum into purposeful, directed play to take home a chicken dinner on Erangel.
Hello everyone, welcome back to PMPL EU. We've already covered 3 games today, which means there's only 2 left, but a lot has been going on because that game, Max, was great.
I'm not going to lie, I was a doubter, and I should never doubt Gladiators because this circle was just so rough. I said it at one point during the game when we had to predict on Phase 5. I have no idea who's going to take this win. It's a rough one to predict. But Gladiators, you know, in times of hardship, that's when they tend to shine the most. And not only do they shine through that chicken dinner, Janiro, they shine through those bloody 13 eliminations they picked up along the way. And the way they just also eliminated Game Lord was just so well executed. Then Matic pushes in to gain a little bit more space into the circle, making sure that VIRTUS.PRO cannot push any further inside the phase at that point. So yeah, it was not an easy game for Gladiators, but the fact that they remained strong as a unit and Kitsune doing whatever the hell he was doing at the end there with his buggy, just gathering information and then just going for the backstab onto Major Pride. Not a very easy game for them to pull off, but they did, and it looked easy along the way. So Gladiators popping off in a game that maybe wasn't theirs from the get-go.
Yeah, also an interesting game in terms of every single team has at least gotten 1 point out of that game. Whether it was from an elimination or whether it was from a placement point, every single team has 1 point on the board from that game, which is, you know, as far as points go, quite important when we're looking at how important it is to get them to, you know, get to the finals. You need to rack them up, you need to add them up, and Major Pride's second. I think, again, this is something that we're always going to be expecting from them. But looking at the team stats from Gladiators specifically, Kitsune, I mean, when you think about Gladiators, I feel like Kitsune is one of the first players to jump to mind.
Yeah, I mean, IGL/Fragger, really.
Yeah, can do everything.
He fills in 2 roles for this one. He's the multitasking god of Gladiators, and it's a pretty meta thing that you see in these late game circles. You've seen it a lot throughout the past year now, where you get into the buggy, it picks up speed pretty quickly, and you just move around gathering info and just pinging the position of players to the rest of their team, which is what they've done to know exactly the pinpoint location of the players of Major Pride. And you just couldn't escape it because once the information is given away, you're not going to escape your Meku, your Matics, or your Tixies. There's no way you're going to survive that one. So nice try from them. Major Pride, I think that, as John mentioned during the game, perfect execution and usage of that ridge line up north, because they had cars available in that compound for the longest time. They could easily make it over to those rocks. Then the circle, of course, was not favorable to them, but I think that they played around it really well, while VIRTUS.PRO and Gladiators at the time had better positions, and they do get away with the second place. So good on them, as they do get themselves some very valuable points in this game. But as we see from the replays, the early game, surprisingly enough, despite us having less teams in this lobby because of recent events, actually a lot of madness happening very, very early on, which I wasn't really expecting. So it's an interesting one.
Yeah, and also the fact that this is the only iteration of Erangel that we have for today. The next coming up maps are going to be Miramar and Sanhok. So for teams to look to replicate this success today is not going to be possible. Next playdate, day 4, which is next week Friday, Erangel is going to be on the rotation twice. So we can see even more madness, but the question remains, Max, whether or not this is the playstyle that we're going to be seeing teams carry out onto Miramar or onto Sanhok. Most likely not, but we can hope and dream.
I think that in the finals we're going to see like an almost perfected variant of what we're seeing from some of these teams, right? I think that Gladiators might be still trying things out with some of their splits, which is maybe why sometimes they don't find as much success as we would like, is because just trying things out as they have a little bit of time. They know they're making in the finals regardless of what's going on, and it's not like there's extra prize pool, there isn't.
Yeah.
So you just might as well just use this time to try things out and see how things will pan out into the finals. Though, potentially one of the better games he saw from VIRTUS.PRO. No, they couldn't play Church the entirety of the time over here in the compound, so they had to actually move out, and it was good. They made sure the Nexus could not cross the road, was not going to pose a threat. They made sure also KASIK team from the lower grounds were not going to be an issue later on into the game. So I think this is one of the most controlling games we saw from VIRTUS.PRO, but I'd still like to see them be just a little bit more decisive in those finishing moments, because the simple fact that Matic got into the circle before them, they could not advance any further. They got gate-kept fully. If they just send a player in and he can hold the rock where Matic was at, maybe Gladiators go out early and maybe we finally see a VIRTUS.PRO chicken dinner, but they tend to struggle to get in those aggressive pushes at the late game. So no, there was an opportunity, but they couldn't quite take it.
It happens. I mean, these late game opportunities and teams capitalizing off of those successfully is something that we've seen have been a little bit of an issue for some of these teams. I mean, even Unicorns of Love, they are on the top damage dealers, but again, they weren't able to consistently get some of these picks and to close out the game successfully. But when we're looking at overall for this stage 3, that's when we're going to have more of an understanding of which teams are doing everything correctly. I mean, Major Pride at this point is literally doing everything correctly. Because if they're not first, they're second, and if they're not second, they're not in the game.
I mean, Gladiators,
yeah.
With their back-to-back performances, I'm not too surprised. The thing is, because we said it was so close towards all these teams at the top, you just get yourself a few good results and you could be in first place, and they're just 2 points shy of that placement. And actually 66 elims, so only 28 placement points, but they are just fragging out of their goddamn minds, Janiro, and I'm really, really happy to see it here, because we had a few questions like, are they slowing down maybe a little bit at the start of this phase? But no, they came in swinging here for this third day, and towards the bottom, not too much movement is going on here. I would still like to see Dagestan 77 a lot higher with what we saw from Shifu and Keep.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, only Shifu and Keep have been doing work here. So no, the entire rest of the team needs to step up.
Yeah, entire team needs to step up, because you also want to get those points, because you want to go on to Vikendi and get some bonus points and even more of a prize pool. But thank you, Monster, for making all of this possible. We are now going to be heading into the 4th map of today out of 5, which has gone by pretty quickly. And it's going to be John and Blank again to cover it, because they're really good at their job.
Hey, look at that. Recommended. These maps start coming, they don't stop coming, they're going fast. It's nice to be on Miramar yet again, Blank. You won't be able to hear me. The stream will, though. Hello. We are going to be getting over onto Miramar next, which is, of course, going to be yet another treat on the cards. Major Pride not playing, Gladiators not playing, Unicorns of Love and KONINA Power out of the mix.
Yeah, so a real opening for a lot of teams down from 3rd to 9th place to pick up some big points here. I think 3rd down to 10th, in fact, is quite malleable at the moment. MADBULLS with 63 points. They get a good game. You can jump all the way up towards 3rd place even. So there's a real chance here for a lot of these guys in the lobby to pick up some big points here on Miramar. With 4 teams not playing as well, this massive map is going to be a little bit barren, but that just means that some of these rotations will be easier to make towards the end game, making it even more exciting, John.
Excitement, hopefully, on the cards for the next half an hour or so as we plunge into the desert once more. Plane path El Azhar start. Nothing too dramatic right now for these teams to be getting on with. We're looking to see if, as you say, teams can try and close that gap between the top spots and them, with the top 2 teams out of the mix.
Yeah, I mean, for this one, I'm kind of looking down towards this area of the map at the moment, towards Potspariso and Impala, with Nexus actually being fairly consistent today in terms of performances and getting towards those end games. Another 3rd place. I think it might have been a 4th place, in fact, over on Erangel. But yeah, getting towards those end games, really important for them. And it's nice to see, overall, these guys getting nice amount of points on today. VIRTUS.PRO, obviously, still putting up some points here and there. Avalanche back into this one, looking for points, but really stumbling around in the dark right now. Cannot find purchase on a single one. KASIK over towards Picardo, they were able to lay claim to that, have left them alone since phase 1 on those hot drops that happened far too frequently for our liking, but we do get that shift up towards that northern side. As you can see, La Cabreria and Crater Fields nice and clean, purely because we do not have Gladiators in the mix. So that area of the map and all the way towards the semicircle on the north side, really, really clear.
Yeah, it's a little bit more open for the teams to be playing in. With 13 teams as well, those rotations are going to be a lot more open. We'll see who's able to claim that. Hopefully ARR are going to have a better time at the start of this game. You can see Aces and Elementrix down towards Hacienda, just getting some vehicles, regrouping up towards the north as Avalanche lose a player to MUERTE.
Yeah, right off the bat as well. I mean, this is a game where we're like, some of the best teams are playing here, so it's a real opportunity to pick up some points with a slightly easier lobby. With Avalanche already losing a player, John, that does not bode very well at all.
I would say it bodes very badly, I think,
Oh,
overall.
100%.
Because they still needed to close that gap, and they just are not finding those openings at this point. It is almost impossible for them to be able to make it. PNL goes down, and I mean, it's to a rundown as well on a vehicle. I was wondering how MUERTE had made that happen, because I looked over at the mini-map as I saw that elimination flash up, and they were all in vehicles already, and I was like, how's that come through? But I forgot that you could just run people over. PNL, certainly going to remember that one, though.
Oh, yeah. The good fun part of the game is the rundowns, obviously, at the end of the day. We like to reward them quite frequently. But heading over towards Miramar, always a good time for us all. MADBULLS still in El Pozo, taking up major prize positions, so a little bit back to basics for them. I think that for MADBULLS being shunted out of that, having to play in Porto Paraiso has been a little bit rough in terms of their rotations, but being back over towards El Pozo, nice and easy for them. And a rotation available now through Creative Fields on that valley crossing towards Avalanche's position, who are significantly weakened down to 3 players.
Dark Project split on the northeast side. Only the one team has lost that player, as you say, so I'll see what they can get done moving forwards. Teams yet to really encroach on that northern side. They should know that the Gladiators aren't in this one. So is it MADBULLS that take advantage of that, or is it someone swinging out even further, like, excuse me, going on a wide rotate?
Yeah, excuse me, certainly could go for something like that. I mean, for MADBULLS, El Pozo, really good looting ground for them. So whilst it's still in the circle, most likely want to take advantage of that as much as possible. That will give them the opportunity to actually send Central very early on as well, because if you have enough supplies from one singular area, being able to hold out on a high ground, which requires you to basically be out of the action a lot, requires a huge amount of utility, huge amount of supplies just to send up there in the first place, with medical kits, obviously stims, everything like that. And with them in a great position to pick up a spot like that, I think MADBULLS will most likely remain in El Pozo for quite some time going forward. MUERTE not wanting to move themselves out of Monte Nuevo as of yet either, still waiting for that initial blue to start moving in.
I like Frozen's position for MADBULLS as well, just scouring out that west road, hopefully. An asset to them moving forwards. It is still a little bit early into the phase to be moving super far right now, but you do have to be getting on with it fairly soon. Avalanche, looks like they've got some decent loot on board. Alicio packing that level 3 vest. Not too many smokes though, so a little bit less utility, but if he's playing up high with that Mini 14, might not need too many of them. On the south side of Avalanche, it's KASIK team who could potentially pose a threat to them. In the meantime, NEXUS still looting out in Impala.
Yeah, NEXUS taking their time in Impala. No real reason to rush here, understanding that the limited amount of teams in the lobby, most likely there will be spots for them available towards that end game. KASIK team on our screens at the moment. Quite good yesterday. Today it's been a little less amazing, but they're still putting up points where they can. 67 points ahead of MADBULLS, so you know they have to be doing something right currently. Alicio does spot Striker, takes shots. Can he finish off the elimination though? It doesn't look like it.
Needs to be careful as well, because the rest of the KASIK team are there and they haven't hopped out just yet, but as soon as they do, they might be able to spin on it and get those shots back his way, but you know, Alicio just not able to get that spray down there. Got a cheeky little tag at the start, but Striker didn't eat enough lead to go down in that scenario, and KASIK team get ahead of it for the rotation up towards the north. They'll get a little bit more central. They'll be happy.
Yeah, Slayer up off towards that eastern side at the moment, holding inside the concrete compounds. Really nice position. This one gives you clean vision over towards this western edge too. This gives you a huge amount of information going forward, but it does seem like just from the averages put up by Sly Europe, this isn't typically their best map. Not a huge amount of eliminations. That last Miramar as well, getting towards the second place, which was probably one of the best games on Miramar we've seen them have in a while. Just a little bit of a misstep in those final moments. I think Miramar a lot of the time is about manipulating other teams with the vast amount of area that's still surrounding in those final zones. And Sly Europe had to line up just a little bit more, cover more space, end up kind of boxing themselves into one spot, in which case Major Pride are able to capitalize on their engagement between them and Gladiators.
KASIK team fully established now. They've even got the outpost to the north in the form of Striker. Just a little bit up and giving them some info, some intel to keep them nice and solid in their compound. Then a circle nearly closed now. Dagestan being pushed out of Los Leones towards Excuse Me, who still have Beck down towards the southwest in Chibasara. They didn't opt to go up that west road, so MADBULLS weren't able to spot it, and MUERTE won't be contested by it. It looks like, excuse me, just going to try and play back of the queue on the south side.
Yeah, I mean, that's excuse me's play, right? You know, you play back of the queue, eventually you will get served, but for excuse me, they don't mind waiting a little bit. They're not pushy customers for that chicken dinner. They will wait their turn. Dagestan are behind them in Los Leones, though, but we do get that circle shift. The KASIK team, SHOCKWAVE, Sly Europe, all in position to try and take up some spots here. To the north of Graveyard, though, quite barren. A lot of flat zone towards the center. Water treatment, equally a pretty tricky position to play, being on a massive ditch itself. You can play equally on those ridge sides. Tapok, I think, just gives himself up to the elimination there.
Yeah, the trigger discipline from Wait there was really, really nice to see. Waited for Tapok to stand and take shots, and immediately just 2 to the head. Really good stuff there. No way you get this player back up. And ARR playing on with 3 again. It's a shame because they could have been really powerful in their current compound.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tapok getting run down. ARR not able to find themselves a good position over here on Miramar. I mean, to be fair, Tapok did go for one of the most dangerous plays I've seen in quite a while. Practically a sitting duck, in this case a standing duck.
Not anymore, though. It's very much
Not
out of the lobby for this game to be getting
taking
on
a
with.
rest duck, yeah.
Taking a rest duck. Sure. Discrim, a little bit of a tumble duck down the hill there on the west side. Heading on out, but not as much as Shifu for Dagestan. Still out in the blue, actually. Needs to get rezzed by Keep. It will be possible to res in stage 2, but can't afford to be making those mistakes too frequently. Getting back together and pushing it on in. I said, excuse me, you're at the back of the queue on the south side. Dagestan currently hold that mantle. And actually, excuse me, have managed to get ahead of Avalanche as well, who have lost one of their players earlier. You can see they've just inserted themselves into a nice little compound, fairly edge, but a lot of rotational opportunity ahead of them.
Yeah, firmly set up now. Happy days. Excuse me, spot out Unicorn from KASIK team. Black will immediately take that shot. Very easy. Cleanly done. And again, for excuse me, they were pushing in slowly but surely on that south side and getting a knock here, an immediate flush most likely with the way he's positioned. Now they have a really good bit of space they can start taking for themselves. Unicorn and the KASIK team very much weakened by that, impaired by only down to 3 players on this large compound that they have to hold, without that many sight lines now available to them. I think you can quite comfortably see an excuse me team coming through here, barreling, pushing them out of position, then just holding there for quite a large remainder of this map.
Nexus getting a nice position out on that northwest, on the east side. Playing between those 2 roads gives them quite a decent amount of cover. With this hard southwest shift, they do have a corner of it. This goes over towards KASIK on that position, which is going to be good for 3.
100%. I mean, for Hacienda del Patron, though, I would be worried about excuse me, because I think that if I was excuse me right now, I'd be thinking about trying to go for that crash there. Purple finally gets it under. The wall also a trouble.
He's out now. He's out now. The suspension got pushed down a little bit. They had to soften it, but it's going to be all right for the time being.
Any cracks in the wall must go all the way around.
There's one strong roof on even on a monster truck to be able to just bear the brunt of repeated smashing into a wall. Either way, VIRTUS.PRO get out of there, and do you know what VIRTUS.PRO are going to do, Blank? They're going to send right into the middle and somehow get in.
Yeah, no one really is bothered about that one. Could head straight towards Hacienda. Just on the outside edge, there is a fair amount of positions there where you can haul up, but are going directly in. A dangerous play, honestly, and with Alicio finding KASIK on the top side. Oh dear, it's all gone topsy-turvy.
They were already
a 3 compound.
It was already as 3, and now there's only Ingush to worry about for KASIK team. The high ground lost, and Ingush takes some bullets. I don't know if that was from VIRTUS.PRO or from, excuse me, across the way, but either way, this is VIRTUS.PRO's position now. They're in Hacienda. This is like the archetypal central compound, and VIRTUS.PRO, they love it. They absolutely love it. They thrive off this.
Yeah, they wanted this immediately. They knew what they were looking for. They knew they had to make an awkward crossing over those fields. So straight towards Hacienda, move in. 3 players, immediately 1 player gets knocked on the top side. You get a knock as you move in. And for VIRTUS.PRO, what an easy crash for them. This is possibly the most free crash I've seen in quite some time.
It really has gone quite well, but Purple gets spotted. That was the outpost that they left out to the northeast for VIRTUS.PRO. So they might have had a free crash, but they lose a player, and now they have to hold it as 3. So KASIK team obviously weren't able to do that. VIRTUS.PRO obviously practiced at holding central positions, but even so, you don't want to be doing it. Diminished in power. Elementrix needs to reposition. I think SHOCKWAVE just saw a shoulder there, and he's forwards, needs to get some healing done.
Yeah, Becca starts to burn as well. Dark Project just sending the nades in. I think this should be an easy cleanup for Dark Project, unless weight goes down to Aces on the outside. Madness low too.
Aces, that's the teammate. Don't worry about that. Elementrix behind the rock up top, excellently dropped down, but unfortunately not quite able to land the conversion shot. Weight can get rezzed here, and SHOCKWAVE don't quite have sightlines onto it. Aces and Becca inside the longhouse, or playing on the outside of it. Yeah, SHOCKWAVE is still just looking out this way. A little bit too bold there for Dark Project to step out on this side. They know there's cover.
I think now if you're a lot of these teams, you are looking at Hacienda Tel Patron. This is now premium real estate. And for Sly Europe, understanding they already got a knock as teams were moving into that position, could be a crash waiting to happen. Meantime, Dark Project, this fight has been a lot harder than they expected it to beat Becca.
No. I think, was that a nade or a smoke? I hope that was a smoke, but either way.
Nade.
Yep, I think that was trying to get that pin but back in, but didn't quite get it. Either way, Ace is down. Becca, probably wishing he had that nade right about now. Wait, dodges the explosion. Becca on the top floor, spotted out, tries to drop down and give him the spin, but looking to get a little bit more than is possible, unfortunately. Dark Project take out ARR, but the blue zone is now closing, and Dark Project are going to have to leave. They are surrounded by open fields, Blank.
Yeah, it will be rough, and look where SHOCKWAVE currently is. They have such a nice lineup versus Dark Project. Should be able to see a lot of these rotations start to converge just a little bit now on the warehouse itself. MADBULLS up towards their northwest side, playing on the ridge. But yeah, a lot of these teams, I don't think they quite realize that Hacienda del Patron, probably quite an easy crash. And it is directly in the center. No one wants to really go for it. VIRTUS.PRO, the only ones with the cojones on them to go for that instant rotation. Everyone else is playing a little bit worried.
I mean, KASIK team went for it before them, right? But unfortunately, they were dismantled almost immediately upon the sight of an enemy. Zadira spots Furia from Excuse Me on a wide split here, but it's relatively uncontested. And unlikely that Dagestan are going to swing out this way, although Dagestan do have to choose a direction to go. Furia holds close. Zadira on that south outpost. Going to be so important if they want to take down Furia.
Jeez, crunches the card to bits. Fleeke again down. Sly Europe holding off against the Dark Project push. But they get in towards the smokes, no problem. Wait, taking an aggressive play here. Not sure about this one. The rest of the team, nowhere near him.
They do have the sightlines to cover off this knock, and SHOCKWAVE not quite in a position to get the off angle. Sly Europe can see Madness, though, as he tries to reposition for that off angle. Does draw attention from Nexus as well. And in goes Evanesca. Let's say a little bit on the outside here. Wants to put a nade in the side, but Madness's off angle is really, really valuable. Tenchik will be able to light up Evanesca, and they just do not have the control that they were hoping for. Either way this goes, it's kind of been a bad time. Sly Europe, if they can get the res onto Mandarin, could be able to weather this storm a lot more effectively than they were hoping.
Yeah, that project really relying on some massively clutch solo plays there, which obviously was not the case. Latte checks the wrong room, goes to full 360.
And they're out of there. Dark Project dismantled. That was their opportunity to try and catch up to Major Pride, to Gladiators, and they kind of, I don't want to say threw it away. They do fall short of the mark, however. as the circle shifts all the way down to the southwest. Actually keeps Avalanche in. MUERTE as well, just on the eastern point of San Martin. That high ground for MUERTE, very, very useful. Game Lord on the northern side, and MADBULLS actually on the west end of Hacienda in a pretty decent spot.
There's a lot of teams that can take these awkward little pushes in, though. Game Lord's got a lot of space on that north side. Still at 4 players too. Sly Europe, Shockwave, another challenge ahead of him. They'll have to bust through. Shockwave still playing a little bit cautiously. Do have the vehicles if they need to leave. MUERTE, Happy J finds the initial knock over towards Avalanche.
Shifu goes down out in the open as well. Mandarin now enveloped by the blue. Terminus flushed away by Narvalo from Game Lord on the northern side. Playing nice and split for them, 3-1 right now. Aza tries to cross this open ground. This is such a killing field, but VIRTUS.PRO not taking shots out that way. They're playing as 3, and that's going to allow Sly Europe and Shockwave to both move up into the foothills of Hacienda, but neither of them are going to have a good time with it. Reflect even spots Trace and try to play happy feet around the vehicle, just not going to work out for them. People are starting to fall like flies.
Yeah, it's difficult. MADBULLS get a little loot crate dropping on their position. NEXUS moving through on that eastern side. Right now, MUERTE have the majority of San Martin to themselves. Shockwave, NEXUS, Sly Europe. It's going to be very rough at the moment. Game Lord stay out the way on the north edge.
Excuse me, trying to create some influence on the southeast side, and we'll be able to do so effectively against this Octavian position on the south for NEXUS. They do get that flush going. Sly Europe trying to find any way into the circle of Mandarin. Rolling around, unfortunately, not quite speed of sound there, but does manage to get all the way up and into the fight with Kapahala. Unfortunately, MADBULLS are able to spot that one from across the way.
Yeah, MADBULLS in a great spot at the moment just to keep looking eastward and taking shots to all these teams.
MUERTE taking a fight with Avalanche. They do lose 1, but Avalanche are flushed out. And the buildings in San Martin will still be a sanctuary for them.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate there. Moving on to Woodside, I think they had to go for the refrag. Maxman goes to Game Lord. Eugeniro over on MADBULLS. I went for it to MUERTE before they lost that player, of course, but still, I think that there is a chance here.
Certainly a chance. I mean, it's a decent position out on that west. The question is, what can they do against Game Lord, who are looking to encroach on that west side territory? If it goes south, that would be the biggest troll circle to impact on this next phase, but we'll have to wait and see.
Circle will shift towards the center, in fact, so MADBULLS still in a very strong position to finish out this game. And not a lot of teams to challenge them. They have been comfortably sat in this position for a long, long while. Game Lord sent a couple of players down towards the MUERTE side. Akashi and Victor still scouting out down towards the south. But MADBULLS extremely safe in their position.
This is a wide 2-1-1 split right now for Game Lord. If they can get value against MUERTE, it will all pay off. But if Discrim gets this angle, this side swipe onto the push, could all be curtains, but you always have to worry about Akashi. Fortunately, there is some decent cover there. VIRTUS.PRO still on the roofs of Hacienda will have to move a little bit to their west, but should still be fairly safe.
Excuse me, it's 7 eliminations so far, 4 players still alive, you know. Back of the queue once again, lining up for that chicken dinner. You wonder if they're going to get to the front of the queue this time on this game, once again, even after that last Sanhok.
Like shepherds in this game.
Oh, yeah.
Forcing these fights.
I mean, it was actually quite smart of them not to move into Hacienda. They realised that it's not the most mobile position, and this way they've actually been able to have a lot more comfort on this side of the map. Malloy, as well as Discrim, now finally make their rotation. Akashi's still outside in the blue, with Victor kind of cut off from the rest of the team.
A couple of shots were sent out to Akashi by the MADBULLS. I think there was a bit of damage done, so just looking for some healing and then move. You can see he is getting picked up by Victor now. I'll have to regroup with the forward position for Robs and Narvalo. MUERTE going to be very aware of that. Off Haze wants the nade over onto Reflect. They know he's under this ridgeline. That should be good. A little bit long, unfortunately. And we'll have to put another one in if he wants to get the value there. Drop that one a little bit shorter and see if he can get the damage. That looks long as well. Long and high there. 4 off Haze and a Molotov sent back. Just letting them know. Just letting them know.
Havlik gets knocked by MUERTE. Not flushed out though, quickly res back up into position. But at least that spot's now known on the south side for MUERTE as more players, roll on through. MADBULLS very much refusing to leave. You see Game Lord here now setting up, I'm pretty sure, to take this engagement between them and MUERTE. Malloy forced down towards the south side of the road to provide a bit of information back towards them, but 2v4, not ideal.
The excuse me position right now I'm a big fan of. It's got so much suppression out to this west side, and they know that they can just force these fights between the players around Hacienda. With Beck and Black just able to corral that in, not overstepping here, which we know is so important in these open terrain finishes.
It's a really nice spot from Malloy. He sees all the way down towards where Narvalo's trying to crest this ridge to get round the side of the warehouse. If Malloy can find value off the back of this, and Game Lord moves a bit too far through, it will be fairly dangerous. Excuse me now, moving up towards that ridge side in the center, and it works out fantastically. They have a lot of control now over this circle.
Single gets knocked to the Molotov from Inga. She steps in it, and unfortunately catches a light. At an inopportune moment, repinned the nade there. English recooks it now. Of Haze moves forwards and up the stairs. English wanting to open that door with the nade, doesn't quite manage to sneak it around the corner, and now VIRTUS.PRO line up a little bit. Volley fades away and opening up onto the door frame. Needs to get the reload or the weapon swap will be good too, but Single able to handle business. They'll have to move, but that res will slow them down. In the meantime, Excuse Me have just been moving so solidly into these circles. Fine Milky Way on MUERTE.
Yeah, I mean, they've been taking shots towards MADBULLS as well. Fleek got knocked. Milky Way might be able to move back towards the rest of his team, try to provide a little bit of an outpost, but right now I think Akashi would like to send some players that way. A vehicle comes out. Havlik might have sightlines over towards the rest of MUERTE's players. Really nice outpost on that high ground. Robs moves up. Again, MUERTE now in a real struggle position with only 3 players. Robs tries to take shots. Milky Way gets out of there.
Discrim close, nade is being pulled. Robs tries to fade away, and a nade onto the vehicle is good. It's traded back, however, and Game Lord now slowed somewhat. Furia almost immediately flushed away by the MADBULLS as VIRTUS.PRO try and step to and get knocked back. Furia struggling in that engagement on the northwest side. Game Lord still yet to get the res onto Robs as MUERTE are holding out now. Malloy regroups, and Milky Way just launching out smoke to get some cover. Akashi puts a nade, it's too far to the left. Robs, though, is the prime target for this res. I think that smoke wasn't quite meant to rebound there. You need to be careful from the fire, but Discrim is back up now, and MUERTE have 3 once more.
Nade goes a little bit too long. There's a nice initial one. Second is quite close. I think that might have been a Molotov.
Game Lord really struggling now as MADBULLS have such a good angle on it. VIRTUS.PRO cannot leave Hacienda. Excuse Me, I've lost a player now as well, and this compound for MADBULLS is just getting stronger and stronger. Game Lord rolling on through. Narvalo just gets shut out of the vehicle, and a second onto Akashi. Victor goes down next, and Malloy is standing strong. Robs is the last to fall, and they careen through the smoke, blind as anything, and fall down at the feet of MUERTE.
Still, the issue they're having now is that they are right on the edge of the blue wall, so they might be able to get a bit of a resupply, but Havlik understands the location. An explosion on the vehicle that Game Lord actually put in towards that ditch becomes infinitely difficult. Maybe some smokes are available to them.
Now MADBULLS have taken a knock. Frozen really isolated. Tulika needs to step wide. And Beck just going to keep that one going. Do manage to tuck back into the corner, and MADBULLS should be able to hold this out for now. Beck really impactful out on that east, but will need to push closer to the circle. So that flush will be slipping away from their clutches. Instead, they're going to turn their attention towards MUERTE, but maybe they should have been worried because the AUG from Fleek will keep them trucking, and MADBULLS still have the numbers advantage.
Players very low at the moment. Milky Way has to step up, has the DBS, finds one at least, and Discrim has no idea.
One player left standing for excuse me. It's Black, but he's lighting them up right now. One player in the way from MUERTE as well, and Black so low, hits the deck just in time. I think he unleashed that nade, but it is 4 players from the MADBULLS, and they have such control over this zone. They have so much power and really nothing to do. MUERTE, they want these reses, sure, but Malloy's not even going to try and commit for it. The nade over to Discrim gets the flush. Fleek launches the nade uphill and eliminate, excuse me, from proceedings. A sliver of HP now for Malloy, out towards the blue, trying to just get a nade in something. Molotovs himself away, and there it goes. The point to excuse me, sure, but the chicken dinner to MADBULLS.
Looked real dangerous for MADBULLS there, and the fact that they were able to find that initial shot over towards Black was so good. And I think that Excuse Me set themselves a little bit too far apart in that game. But honestly, I think I'm impressed with the way Excuse Me played that one out. I think we were very concerned about how quiet their Sanhok win was, but I think they really pushed themselves to the limit on that game. Really good plays all around, very nice positioning, good control on that eastern side. But yeah, a little bit too hard focus over towards MUERTE there, who also did a fairly good job to actually hold on as long as they did when things got extremely dicey.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good stuff coming through for, as you said, excuse me, not following the channels laid for them anymore, instead forging their own path. Unfortunately, that led them to a 3rd place as the MADBULLS were able to top it out. Let's go over to the desk.
Hello, it is us, the desk.
Hey.
Made out of Ginny and Max, and we're back because we're going to be breaking down this very interesting game. MADBULLS, the ones to be coming out on top. It's their first chicken dinner today, which is, I don't want to say telling because they've always had a consistent performance, but Max, all in all, what has been your biggest takeaway from this one specifically?
I could talk about the Game Lord push and the reason why I predicted them. I feel like Game Lord took way too long to try and finish that fight onto MUERTE, especially when they had a really good opening, and they just, after that, allowed MUERTE to get the res up. They pushed it with that monster truck, which I did not understand. The monster truck was on fire and everything at the end, so that was a bit all over the place. Not too sure what happened there. But yeah, excuse me, I mean, really strong performance, as John and Blanco said at the end there. Really good execution on the southern edge. They did some nice 2-2 splits across the road, making sure they were very safe as they just shift into the later circles every time. So happy with what they were able to bring to the table. Black in particular with the MG3 just went in blasting truly towards the end there towards MUERTE, got himself a few extra limbs for his team. So yeah, 16-pointer for them. But MADBULLS, as I like to call it now, pulling the VIRTUS.PRO special, which is central compound, and you just stay there. And that's the game. that's all they did.
Speaking of VIRTUS.PRO, they are in the top of the leaderboard, which has been a while since we've seen them there. Excuse me, even, I mean, they start off the day with a chicken dinner, which is last map, and now they're coming into this, and they get 11 limbs plus 6 for that placement point. So we were saying earlier today, coming into this, Max, that we want to see every single one of the teams, especially towards the bottom side of the table, to kind of step it up a little bit and get some of those limbs, get some points consistently. And it feels like, excuse me, has been listening to you.
Exactly. I mean, to me, I think that everyone they've been listening to all the feedback that's been thrown their way eventually. But yeah, they've been seeming to be very thoughtful about how they rotate early in the game, which I'm really happy to see. And they are looking to be more aggressive. I mean, we saw what Black can do with a DBS. Now we saw what Black can do with an MG3, apparently. This is a team that can blast really, really efficiently at the late game. So especially with teams like, you know, MADBULLS against them, that was not an easy fight. They did lose it eventually in the end, but they can rock up against some of the best teams in this lobby here, which I'm impressed with, excuse me, because there's so many teams that we had as favorites up there. And we got some new favorite teams, I would say, that are looking so promising, like your Excuse Me, like your AR Esports, that have truly shown what they're capable of, especially in these last 2 phases. So my only hope is that this is not just a one-and-done deal. Hopefully this can transition over into the finals too.
Yeah, and also transition into next week. But also we have one more map that teams need to be showing up on today, and that's going to be another iteration of Sanhok. We're going to be seeing that for the 2nd time today. And Max, you have a illustration segment specifically about Sanhok, so explaining why sometimes even if you're smart, unfortunately, it doesn't always go your way.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, you do those big smart plays, everything goes well for you, and then at the end you just lose a fight, which happens to the best of us. But here we're going to be mostly focusing on our good old squad of Nexus and their position. So, of course, looking into the circle, and this was back on game number 2. That was game number 2, I believe. Where they actually had themselves a position that was really strong before the circle shift, but unfortunately for them, outside of the circle at the time. So you're looking at these options and you might be thinking, well, easy for Nexus. You can just go for this little shack. It's really strong, central in the position of the circle, at least one of the most central positions. Like, that should be the easy rotation, right? Unfortunately, you got to keep in mind that whoever wins the fight off Shockwave versus MADBULLS will have a perfect angle here. You're also going to have, that's going to have another off angle. Whoever wins the fight also on the mountaintop is going to have another angle. There's going to be so many angles available that a shed is just not playable at the time. So something really smart that I really enjoyed that came through from Nexus at the time is that they send Kapahala forward towards that shed position to try and like lock it down, and they're doing this on the perfect time too, because they know that MADBULLS versus Shockwave is currently happening. So boom, Kapahala instantly rotates inside of this shed while sending also 3 extra players into Shockwave and MADBULLS to go for the third party. If you do recall what happened during that game, you know that unfortunately for Nexus, they do not win that fight, but the simple fact of them going for this play is super smart, because if they actually win this fight, you pretty much just obliterate all of the off angles that could have happened inside of Camp Alpha, and then you can start playing all of the northern western side of the circle, and you can then just go out blasting at at Game Lord, whoever the hell is remaining in the circle at the time. It didn't quite work out, but I think that the overall idea behind the play, behind that macro move of their side, was really well executed. So good on Nexus that seems to be doing some big brain plays every once in a while.
Well, when you try your best, but you don't succeed. That does happen sometimes. In the case of Nexus, that was what happened. But when we're looking at how they've been performing over the last couple of days, eventually, you know, as you said it yourself, Max, you're just throwing things at the wall. You're seeing if it's going to stick, and eventually it will. So at some point, I am a believer in Nexus. I think I was a believer when they got that chicken dinner. I could be wrong, but either way, I know they have it in them. It's just a matter of all the other outside elements coming in together and it all working out in their favor. Now, you know what else is there, Max, that's really cool and maybe working out in people's favor?
Tell me.
The new skins, because they're absolutely poggers.
Facts.
Aced. Absolutely did not agree on that. That was like totally like organic and it just happened. But you know what's also very organic and just happened is the overall rankings of Stage 3, because teams made that happen. Because they played very well, especially, climbing to the top. I mean, they started today towards the bottom of the first page, if I remember correctly, Max, and with that chicken dinner, with the elims that they have been getting themselves in the last couple of games, they just climbing the ranks.
Yeah, and you're just seeing that some teams are just clearly dominating at the top of the rankings here, because most of the teams, except for Nexus Gaming, still have 1 game to play today, whereas I believe then on the second page, most of the teams actually have 12 matches played. So that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to be working out. But yeah, still 1 more game to work out. A lot of the teams, I think, are going to be reaching that 100-point barrier. Major Pride, Gladiators, potentially even Sly if they do get a pop-off game over here. But as we head on a little bit low on the rankings, seeing that some things are still not working out for some of the squads. I mean, VIRTUS.PRO, getting himself some decent points throughout today, getting himself some decent placement points, a few eliminations here and there, which is good to try and make sure they stay out of that danger zone. I mean, when Avalanche is not doing anything, you're pretty much safe by default, but it's nothing's happening at the bottom right now. So I feel like I said it yesterday, and that statement still remains true today. I think we already know our 16 teams that will head in the finals. Now it's just glorified scrims.
Absolutely, but also it's points from Vikendi, because you can get extra things over there. So thank you, Monster, for making it possible for us to cover 5 maps and making sure that everything goes very smoothly. We're going to be heading to our final map of today. It's going to be Sanhok, and it's going to be John and Blank that are screaming at the pixels and covering the action.
I am the pixel starer, Blank, my co-conspirator in these activities. We're very good at this.
Okay, the men who stare at pixels, apparently. That is the way this is, and equally as crazy. Heading over towards Sanhok now, starting things off with a nice little bit of panorama of the map itself. Looking at all these zones we could end up in for our last game of this weekend before we conclude things up for Phase 3 next weekend. So don't miss us there, because that will be determining a nice little bit of what's going to be going on over in those finals. Excuse me, currently at the top now, 98 points. I'm not sure anyone kind of predicted this one coming through.
Yeah, it would have probably been something you would have been heavily disagreed with, let's put it that way. Although, to be fair, excuse me, were second place in Phase 2 after their 12th place first phase. They did step up over there. And if they're going to play like they did in that last game, I feel like it's deserved, to be honest. They executed very well on a south position and didn't overstep their mark. They split when they needed to. They regrouped when they needed to. They fell down in the end, but they played very well.
Yeah, I think that there was one of those cases of like the first time I've really seen Excuse Me try and really take control of an end game as opposed to letting the end game come to them, which was very, very nice to see. And again, they're playing on this Sanhok again over towards Bootcamp. Another chance at a good game on Sanhok, which they're typically quite decent at. And again, this quiet playstyle is not necessarily a bad thing for them. If they want to let a lot of these teams just crunch in and they can find the small little openings around the map, fair play to them. And if that's working out for them, go for it. In the meantime, we are seeing Avalanche dropping up towards that northern side. They do take a knock in the process, but they will take down one of the players from AR.
Another circle that holds the northwestern island. It still can very much go towards the river's confluence, the junction there that Tixi and Single from VIRTUS.PRO are currently playing nearby. If it goes up to the northwestern island, Gladiators are going to be really hoping that they can control the mountain a little bit better than last time. Don't let anyone slip through the cracks. But it's a lot of decisions to be made for all of those teams sprawled out on the east.
Sprawled out on the east side, a lot of them pushing down from Camp Bravo, Kampong, Sly Europe down towards Docks. This is our initial engagement between Avalanche as well as AR that works well in their favor. But yeah, this game, only two teams not playing, so we have 15 teams currently in the lobby to finish the day off with. So the most populated map we'll see today in terms of teams playing. Like I said, the Northwest Island still encompassed by this circle itself, so still can go up there. And really, with Shockwave not in this game, Hatin not being held, it does mean that there is a huge amount of area contained by Gladiators themselves, and they can work with this.
That's what it's all about, just finding those small advantages and trying to keep them rolling towards the later parts of this game, staying alive as long as possible. Put yourselves in as many favorable fights as possible to get those elimination points on board, because obviously with the rebalanced point system, those fights will be so much more profitable in the long run. Nobody else really coming into conflict just yet, but KONINA Power crunching into the east side of Cal.
Yeah, slowly moving across. A team that was very good at Sanhok, fallen off just a little bit, not able to pick up that same kind of pace that we saw before, where they were playing a very similar play style over towards Excuse Me, quite silent, just slowly controlling the map outwards. Major Pride down towards Painan, haven't moved too much, sent Dino to scout that bridge. Obviously remembering that MADBULLS like to razz through there rather quickly, and they might be able to pick themselves up a cheeky point or two on that side. And VIRTUS.PRO getting very much clustered up towards the Confluence compound, as well as on that bridge edge. But if Excuse Me moving down from that north side on top of the hill, VIRTUS.PRO could be in for a bit of a nasty surprise.
This is interesting from Excuse Me. Last Sanhok, they very early rotated out towards that northwestern island. They swam across, they got in early and cut down Major Pride. This time around, they're leaving down south, which shows you they do have multiple plans. It's not just sort of you know, a one-trick rotation out of there. They are moving quite quickly in general at the start of these Sanhoks now. And a really solid bit of control over this hillside can slow down a lot of teams out to the east.
It's a good position to play in. Oh. Dino spotted from Excuse Me. Furia. Get some good information over towards Major Pride, who haven't been with the best of time on Sanhok, losing players here and there on their approach inwards. This is a bit more of a favourable circle to them. I think when they have to play alongside that river, it's not exactly the best thing for them. This time around, they're able to pick up a first initial knock over towards VIRTUS.PRO, which should bring them a little bit of respite on that side. Gladiators still trying to plunder as much loot as possible from Camp Alpha before they move down, should the circle hit that way.
That's the trouble with the circles that center out this area, is you're really unsure as to where you need to cross and where you need to post up. Very unlikely that you're on the mainland. You do need to choose Northwest or Southwest Island, almost at this stage for a lot of these teams. Unless you want to try and play at the back and play out late, but it's going to make it all the harder.
Dagestan start to move out. This from the eastern side over towards Quarry. Sly Europe didn't leave Reflect there as long as they usually do and regroup down towards the south. So they can cross over the south bridge towards Nakam area and Tambang. You can see here, Reflect just knocks that bad boy into the tree.
There's quite a few teams in this area. You've got Sly Europe, you've got Dagestan, who we just saw on screen, KASIK team trying to rotate through, and Unicorns of Love have actually come down the east side of Quarry and will be going along this rotational path. KASIK team get lit up by them on the side swipe, but they are going to try and trade it off. KASIK getting the definite worst end of this deal, however, as Beast is the only casualty of the fray. KASIK down and very likely to fall entirely. Beast does get flushed as Sly Europe chime in. Dagestan are completely out of this fight. They can get ahead of the game.
Getting ahead of it nice and easily. They didn't want to be part of this one in the first place, and they decided with the amount of shooting, the amount of fighting going on in that area, probably best for them to just get ahead towards a compound they continue playing from. Mickey left outside in the blue, takes a lot of damage, has to run for cover. And KASIK team equally make the decision to send back up north. I think there was a lot of teams thinking that this south rotation past Quarry over the bridge would have been the most ideal for them. But it becomes less ideal when everyone makes the same choice.
Dark Project out on the north on the botation. Avalanche may be able to catch sight of this unless they pull in closer towards Hatin. They will be spotted. That is a devilish circle. That's probably one of the worst circles for almost everybody in this zone. I feel like Gladiators are going to be all right with this, and one of the few teams that will be. Shockwave are not there on that island to compete with them blank as well. They can just hold the bridge mouth.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that can actually head down towards that southwest side of the North Island as well and just pick up those compounds, because there is quite a few of them. So it gives you time to play with. But practically everyone made that decision to make a south rotation through Sami area. So it's quite interesting. Already 3 knocks from 3 separate teams go through in a blink of an eye. Avalanche coming back into contact with Dark Project. No matter where they go, they cannot get away from this team. Luckily, sending shots back their way, down to 3 players. Dark Project equally on a similar footing. Alicio going down, and Dark Project's not in the best of spot, and Jay has to really bring things back up to speed here.
I'm very surprised that Dark Project have been able to get on this landfall against Avalanche. Darkness and Wait. Madness and Wait from Dark Project. Actually playing across, and CJ really pinned behind this tree. Will fall down. And where's his teammate? Where's the backup coming through? For Avalanche is just not where it needs to be. And with that, PNL is going to really struggle to move on forwards. They did manage to get the res up onto Alicio. The DBS not quite in range to be as efficacious as they'd like it to be. Gladiators are going to chime in. Matic's still on this hillside. They are now going to be super paranoid about backstabs, and you can certainly remember why from that first game. KONINA Power giving them nightmares. The Gladiators do not want to let this fight go unchallenged.
KASIK team down 15th place. They had a rough start to their game, tried to get out of dodge, but it didn't work in their favor. Again, real horrible circle we're playing around with. Gladiators know this position more than most. It's where they suffered to Sly Europe on their crossing from Hatin. Lucky for them, they can actually pick up some elimination points from some of those mistakes or fumbles they may be made earlier in the tournament. Again, always learning, always improvement. It's what you got to do. Right now, Gladiators, like you say, they're very concerned about players making it into those little areas that you might not expect people to be in. But you can't be allowing a 1v4 to go through like that.
Game Lords trying to force their way through, but there's just such a traffic jam here. Sly Europe probably getting the better end of the deal right now. Look at all of the teams just littered around this crossing. Not having moved early enough or being caught up in their own conflicts, slowing everyone down. Victor knocked, flushed. Game Lord lose their player. Excuse me are in the way. So are Dagestan, so are VIRTUS.PRO, who've been holding on this West Coast position for a long, long time now.
First aid kit sent through there. Excuse me. Looking to hold out more teams, but already losing 2 players. Not ideal for themselves, but getting, like you said, Game Lord, a fairly decent job to punch through, but losing 1 player, not amazing. And Havlik, not there to help, but Black really putting in the work as per usual here on Sanhok. 443 bullets. He's not stopping anytime soon.
MUERTE on a wide swim to get to the Northern Island. KONINA Power also swam across from boot camp, so Gladiators need to be worried. It does zone up towards the northern shore. ARR playing on with 3. Furia claps another knock over towards Game Lord, and 2 players from Excuse Me will continue. Akashi, last standing for Game Lord. Dagestan are in their way. VIRTUS.PRO beyond that, but both of those teams will have to move as well.
Gladiators still have Matic watching out. Wants to cut off this valley crossing as much as possible. There's still opportunity for players to come through it, head up towards that island, that mountainside. But now KONINA Power starting to flow through past VIRTUS.PRO. The problematic team for Gladiators, to be sure. Madness taken down by Matic. That's that last player removed. Not entirely sure if there's any more for him. Avalanche already passed through quite a bit earlier down towards that western side of Camp Alpha, so Matic can, I imagine, now regroup with the rest of the squad.
Still such struggle bus hours right now on the mainland as VIRTUS.PRO trying to cross up towards KONINA Power, and they bring down the Bears as they try and cross. It's such a difficult crossing to move up north at this stage with 3 or 4 teams in position. Only MUERTE have managed to make it work for themselves up until now from that south to the north, and that's taken them probably about 2-3 minutes, and they finally just about stepped up onto dry land.
Still, 2 or 3 minutes in the water, I'd much happier take that than 2 or 3 minutes in some brutal warfare in the jungle. KONINA Power were able to slip across on the top side of boot camp, find this compound down towards that south side. Very good at holding teams out as they try and cross upwards. And with this looking further and further like a North Island finish, KONINA Power is in a really strong spot. Equally still looking up constantly towards Gladiators though, so KONINA Power realise that where the real threat is a lot of times whilst maintaining control of this crossing, this little small bridge. Monkey gets knocked to a Molotov. Unicorns of Love still doing pretty good here.
Playing on this riverside is dangerous, but nobody's from the north side is looking out this way just yet. So there's no full broadsides, and the Unicorns of Love can punish Major Pride for stepping too close. Sly Europe are going to push in from this eastern edge and open up onto Effect. 2 players now active for Major Pride. A nade in towards the door from Tenjik. As actually Unicorns of Love gets spotted by Sly Europe as well. Miki goes down, but a good hold on the crossing. Nomi nearly getting 2. Will be able to find it. Finally landing that target, but Effect is still down, and 2 players is going to be still hard to hold.
Yeah, Sly Europe are properly uncertain of how many teams were in this area. And with Dagestan close behind them as well, Shifu has angles. Sly Europe's players who are down on their knees are in open area. MADBULLS takes this opportunity to send across towards a bridge. Nasty shift as well on the bridge side. We know how MADBULLS did play in a previous Miramar map on the bridge itself. Could this be it again?
ARR's compound is primo real estate right now. The Gladiators are going to have to figure out how to wrest it from them. It will be pretty tricky. They could take position on the high ground, but this south coast is just going to be littered with boxes after this. The MADBULLS, you're right, they have that bridge position. Can they find it, though? Can they get involved as Dagestan are just forcing this fight to go forwards?
Dagestan, Shifu, nade in hand. Very cheeky little player, this guy. Sends a nade over the top, does a lot of damage. Mandarin doesn't quite fall, but a second should do the justice. And that'll be it. Sly Europe down to a backstab in between them and the unknown players from Major Pride.
Everything on this south edge has just been so sluggish. It's been dipped in glue and it's just been stuck in stasis for so long, and teams are suffering because of it. Kitsune nearly going down on the high ground there for Gladiators, but needs to get back for the regroup. In the meantime, Dagestan are going to take on Major Pride and go pretty well for it right now. Still 2 players active on the in, but Nomi not quite able to get the first tag. The second is good. The Molotov is there for the burn, and Nomi trying to transition into more, but his teammate is down now, as Dagestan will be able to find the nade over. And it's a 1v1. Shifu still playing sneaky. Nomi low HP, has still got that DBS, can get the one shot, but can Shifu get the drop on him? Pushes around. The heal did just about pop off, and now on the inside, you don't want to challenge the DBS, and Shifu knows.
Nomi doesn't even have to pull out the pin on that one, as MADBULLS will finish off the job for them. Gladiators slowly moving their way down on that east side. Pick up a 3rd knock over towards KONINA Power. A Bulladoi Fash down. VIRTUS.PRO swimming.
It's going to be very tough from this south side. Gladiators wanting to sweep on through. ARR playing as 3. Still have huge priority on this zone. Going to be very difficult for anyone else to step 2, but with 3, they are slightly diminished.
Oh, KONINA Power so low. That is unideal for Gladiators, who go out into the blue a little bit too much for my liking. Pick up the vehicles, take quite a bit of damage for their troubles.
Oh, that
Circle.
is...
Yeah, that is nasty.
That's horrible. Really bad. Double MUERTE prediction from the desk. They'll have to move closer to the MADBULLS sightlines, so ARR as well. I've gone for ARR, even though they're on 3. I have faith.
Oh, yeah?
I do.
They're not a compound team, John. They don't know how to play it.
I think they're due a good performance at some point this week. So I'm banking on it being in this last game. Gladiators might try and take control from it, though.
I think Tixie knows where Palucci is. All I'm hoping is that KONINA Power, once again with a solo, does not ruin the day of Gladiators. Matic gets very close. I think they might know. We'll go for the swing by. Just almost cuts him up.
They'll know now, certainly. And they'll be able to devise the plan. Tixie goes low and down out in the blue. Looks to get flushed. The Gladiators lose a crucial player. Auto shotgun is dangerous for Matic, but they do shut it down. Losing a player on this hill, though, is big.
Honestly, I think Tixie makes a big mistake there. The fact that Meku'd already sent wide, Tixie, all he had to do was be in cover and send a couple of shots. They already had enough pressure coming through from Matic. MADBULLS now crossing the bridge with a fair amount of space to play with. Gladiators spotted by MUERTE, but they will also take shots over towards Zerich. Frozen moves up. Needs some good shots to hit here.
This crossing still treacherous. Even though the MADBULLS control the bridge, the route over to join up with the rest of the team is fraught with danger. Do not have the vehicles or the mobility to be able to go for it. And now Frozen wants the res over onto Zerich. We'll cross with the smoke cover and start to initiate that. Zero swimming around in the shallows. Such a dangerous position, but staying alive for now.
MUERTE. Right on this edge side, AR still have that compound to themselves. Elementrix, Aces still up. Compound remains in. It's looking good for AR right now. It's looking very good for AR right now.
I had faith, you know. I'm pulling for them, hoping that they can get it done. Zerich trying to swim back to cover, but takes a couple bullets his way. The tree cover, the foliage is good to allow Matic to get in position. They spotted 2 players in the water. They know this is the regroup coming from MADBULLS, and they use that tempo. Nice and effective. Meku shuts down Zerich on the off.
Matic can move up now. Gives over the loot crate, it seems. Someone else on the team. Chulika on the bridge. I think a couple of good bullets went across over towards Matic there, but he's in cover. Very safe.
MUERTE behind a ridgeline, but will need to move a little bit further forwards in the next zone. Gladiators are moving nice and disciplined across here. Zero's been swimming this whole time for Unicorns of Love. But this regroup, it's really well coordinated from Gladiators. Flique spotted on the bridge by Matic, and they will shut that down again. MADBULLS on 2 active.
Yeah, MUERTE not taking too much control in this game, even though they have the 4 players still alive. Slowly cresting the ridge over towards that western edge. Zerich finally falls in the water. Meku spotting.
Zero taking some damage to get across to the bridge pillar to come up for air. MUERTE, if they go down in this position, Unicorns of Love have got that west side of the bridge for Zero to try and get on up. Can't heal at this stage. Maybe has a stim or 2 to keep ticking up, but it's going to be pretty dangerous. Shimmying through. ARR still have compound cover.
Yeah, Circle moves out towards Gladiators. Chulika now down. I think that's pretty much donezo. I think Flique actually got back up on his feet there. Meku just edging out, looking towards AR's position. There's still a ridge side between them and Gladiators. Milky Way from MUERTE moves up.
There we go.
Flique, Chulika back up on their feet though.
That's what we're looking for. MUERTE looking to try and capitalize. Flique gets spotted again, and Happy J all too pleased to take that one down. Chulika to a nade. MUERTE are very crunched up here. Zero not quite in the zone, and right next to MUERTE, unlikely he gets away too much longer.
Meku has no idea.
Becca and Elementrix move so far forwards. They have so much control over Gladiators, but with the vehicles, they can get a rundown or 2. Matic steps out, goes low, so won't be able to back up immediately over towards MUERTE. We're into the top 3.
Becca has sideswipe onto Meku at the moment. Matic gets taken down to a grenade there. Meku, that nade should be on target, leaving Kitsune probably left alive. Luckily, Meku does not go down to that nade, and now MUERTE starts to sweep across directly on Gladiator's position.
Gladiators very much the team under pressure at this stage. That nade is pretty big right there. We'll break it out wide. The burn is good on top of the rock, force them away from the cover. Matic goes down again, but the blue zone forces MUERTE in. Kitsune down, Elementrix traded. 2 players active for MUERTE now. Gladiators out, and MUERTE stay up on full HP. Elementrix is out. Aces needs to have value on this off angle, and Becca with 2 nades needs to find value. MUERTE falter, they slow down.
Aces moving out, has a nade. They've not spotted him. Finally, Malloy grabs him.
2 players active if they can get this res. They were committing for it earlier. Elementrix breaks out wide. 2 versus 4. Becca goes for 1, is good for it. Looks for the spray onto Malloy as well, but shut down and out. His teammate falls to boot, and it's MUERTE to close things down.
Great game from MUERTE. Second Sanhok. Very recently won here from MUERTE. A lot better plays coming from them. A nice decision to go for the swimming as well across the water to that edge side and gave them a nice sweep versus a lot of these teams. I think Gladiators crunched themselves up into a fairly difficult position to play from. I think perhaps moving towards that compound on the west side may have been slightly better and waiting that game out. But again, really, really well played. And for Gladiators, it's not really as much about for that chicken dinner anymore, but they went for the play that gave them most eliminations, and points at the end of the day, extremely good for them. And today, Gladiators have played a very, very good game.
I mean, MUERTE now up in towards the top 12, so
yeah.
Are they going to have that resurgence, or is it too little too late? We'll have to wait and see. But for now, it is going to go their way for the final Sanhok this week.
Thank you, John and Blank, for your great services on the casting desk this weekend. It was lovely. I don't feel like we say thank you enough, but you guys did a great job covering all 5 maps. And also thank you for giving us the points. Thanks, Monster, as well for the energy, because we did cover 5 maps in total. But here we are, Max MUERTE get themselves a chicken dinner. And we were a little worried about them coming into Stage 3. We said Stage 3 was a little lackluster. The few first days from Stage 3 were not what we expected from them. But here they are.
And finally, they get themselves their second chicken dinner of phase number 3. And I feel like this has been their best game since phase 1. Like, by a pretty big margin too. Like, the execution,
Absolutely.
they went for the big swim rotation around the Western Island to try and get himself into the islands without taking any fights, dodging whatever madness was happening on the bridges, avoiding your MADBULLS, your Dagestan, Sly, Unicorns of Love. Really smart play from them, and then they just clear MADBULLS on the bridge and start playing that ridgeline north of the river, which is exactly your winning condition in that game. So I think this is the best execution we saw from them in a long, long time, and they pick up a few limbs for them at the end too, and we get 6 points for the desk on the prediction, which is also a pretty massive W.
Absolutely, but again, one of these games where every single one of the teams involved gets a point, and we've seen it with the previous Sanhok as well, where if you're not getting a point because of a placement, as the likes of VIRTUS.PRO, they got 2 points, 1 placement, 1 elim, you're like KASIK team, you get a point because of an elim, and at the end of the day, every single point counts. Every single point is important because it is going to push you even further up the leaderboard. But if everyone's getting points, it does beg the question, Max, how big of the impact is going to be.
Exactly. I mean, so far, Zurch is going to be pretty impactful, I think it's fair to say, Janiro, on this game. I mean, you know, they knew MADBULLS. Chances are, chicken dinner, not going to quite go their way when you have to cross the river, cross that bridge location with 3 pretty much fully stacked teams on the other side. So you're just like, okay, we're not going to get the chicken dinner. We're going to go for the next best thing, which is to get a bunch of elims along the way. So your Unicorns of Love, your Sly, Dagestan, we're going to try and eliminate as many of those players as we possibly can, which is a smart play. And I think that's what MADBULLS are just so good at. They know that, okay, we cannot go for the win. Just eliminate as many players as possible. Who knows, maybe we'll eliminate enough that we can actually maybe gun for the win. And if not, at least you get like double-digit elims, which is always a good thing in this kind of environment.
Absolutely. I mean, double-digit elims mean double-digit points, which is always a lovely takeaway. But looking at the daily winners of today, the teams that have gotten themselves the points, not just from elims, but from placements, it's your major pride, excuse me, Gladiators, MADBULL, and the MUERTE. I mean, it feels like we're back to normal.
Yeah.
The only abnormality is, excuse me, getting that chicken dinner because it's been a while, but we know that they have it in them.
I'm happy you said that. That's exactly what I was going to say. It's like we're almost back to normal. We're these top teams, MADBULLS, Gladiators, the MUERTE, back. Is this phase 1 we're going back to? I'm not too sure, but it seems like things are back as they should. And excuse me, I mean, you said excuse me, maybe like the kind of like outlier of today, but I feel like they've, throughout phase 2 and now a little bit of phase 3, shown himself as a very capable team. So not too surprised to see themselves get himself a nice cheeky chicken dinner on this one. But great day. I think that things are slowly panning out for some of the teams. Teams at the bottom, a little bit of a rougher day for them because the domination from our top favorite teams have been coming through so significantly. So yeah, so many things have been going around the place, but I'm hyped to see, Janiro, who might be the MVP today, because I have no clue.
I have not. That's the thing, right? Every single one of these teams have had a good performances. Multiple players have stepped up to the plate. It's like, I feel like we can guess here. I'll go for Kitsune, but I don't think that's going to be the case because it's so difficult to determine which player is going to be the MVP.
I was thinking Kapahala because they had some decent games, and Havlik from Excuse Me.
We're both wrong, but that's okay. Because Excuse Me had an absolute phenomenal performance today. They have a chicken dinner and consistently getting elims for every single one of their maps. It makes sense.
I do appreciate, for Excuse Me, the way they use their 2-2 splits to like transition. I think that that's something that Gladiators tend to struggle with sometimes. It's like you have these 2-2 splits, but they instantly regroup the moment they get like points of interest and they know they're going to have to take fights. And they've done it on Miramar. They've done it on Erangel 2, I believe. So they've been able to just pull those off pretty efficiently and get themselves pretty late into the game, which is why we see the survival time reaching that 20-21 minute mark every time. So yeah, I think that 2-2 splits is what allows them to just be so relevant in this phase 3 so far. No, they've been looking pretty damn good, I would say, Janiro.
Pretty good indeed. I mean, the 2-2 split is working out in their favor, and you're bringing up the survival time when we're looking at team like Excuse Me. But on the other hand, one of the survival times that kind of really stood out to us as well during the game was Avalanche's survival time. And we spoke about them earlier today. We said today really feels like it's the day where if Avalanche does not show up, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to head over to the finals with the current standings, with the current points that they have. And the fact that it's a 10-minute survival time, Max, it brings a couple of questions of how they are approaching these games.
Yeah, 10-minute survival time, I'm thinking that's like a Livik or a Nusa kind of survival time. That's like a small 2x2 map kind of survival time. So yeah, I said I lost hope, right? Especially when you have player with like PNL, Alicia, I was like, man, this roster could potentially do well. Like individually, these are players that have been able to do pretty well in the past, especially Alicia. He was a back-to-back MVP in the past, but it just seems like this is the new era of Europe with all these new CIS teams and all of the OG Western European teams that have improved so significantly that they just weren't able to keep up. And we're towards the end of we're now halfway through the final phase, almost done with the entirety of the league stage. I don't think that a good 3 days will cut it for them to make in the finals. So yeah, I think it's too late now. Still hope, but no hope actually. Take it away.
It is a little bit of a difficult decision to be in because of the fact that we had a lot of hope for them in one of the games today where we're like, oh, actually, this is looking like a potential chicken dinner for Avalanche. But unfortunately, they were not able to close it out. But that is what it is. We also have an interview ready. Surprise, guys, with Gladiators. It's going to be Akashi. So first of all, hello and welcome. You guys have been playing with so much more confidence during this stage 3 of PMPL. So what's the team morale like? What have you guys been doing behind the scenes?
Est-ce que tu veux que je traduise pour toi?
Moi, allez.
Ok, je traduis.
Même si j'ai compris à peu près.
On a l'impression, d'accord, on a l'impression que vous êtes quand même beaucoup plus confiant ces derniers temps. Donc on veut savoir qu'est-ce qui se passe avec le moral de l'équipe à l'intérieur, en interne du côté de Gamelord.
Bah, c'est simple, la confiance, à la différence du dernier PMPL, c'est le PMGC, l'expérience qu'on a acquise, la claque qu'on a pris aussi vis-à-vis du niveau des équipes en face. Et on a essayé de s'adapter, on a essayé de corriger toutes nos erreurs, on est plus confiant, on sait ce qu'on doit faire. Nous, on avait l'avantage d'avoir joué le PMGC, donc on savait à peu près à quoi s'en tenir au niveau du nouveau système de zone. Maintenant, il y a un nouveau système de points qui nous avantage pas mal parce que on fait en général pas mal de kills. Et sinon, voilà, un peu tout.
So he did say that they do feel a lot more confident now, mainly because they had the chance to play into PMGC, and they said, well, they got completely wrecked back in PMGC, but that did allow them to gain a lot more experience and knowledge, and they were able to bring that back in this PMPL season. And they also feel like they're using this new point system to their advantage because it's very elimination focused and it really suits their playstyle. So they were just able to ride that wave of this new point system. But I want to know, Akashi, mainly because right now we've seen major improvements throughout this season of PMPL, right? Especially throughout Phase 1 and Phase 2. You guys seem like a completely different team, especially Robs being such an impressive player in Phase 2. What changes have you guys made internally between those two phases to now just reach such results? Et du coup, pour savoir, vous avez fait des grosses améliorations entre Phase 1 et Phase 2. Qu'est-ce qui s'est passé en interne pour arriver à ces nouveaux résultats?
En fait, c'est simple. Au début de la phase 1, on analyse plus, on regarde ce qui se passe, on regarde un peu les rotations, on sait à peu près où toutes les équipes spawnent. Et après, on compare avec toutes les parties. Bon, c'est sûr, il y a forcément des teams des fois qui font des choses imprévues, mais à force de regarder, de voir, d'analyser, on s'adapte et du coup, on fait nos rotations en fonction. On va chercher les kills là où on veut aller les chercher. Et Robs est beaucoup plus confiant avec son gun skill, donc c'est ça qui lui a permis d'avoir le MVP. Et je suis très fier de lui.
So after Phase 1, they had a lot more time to do analysis and see how the teams are going to be dropping, how they rotate, and that allowed them to just set up a better game plan, a lot more consistent one at that, going into these games. And it seemed like Robs is a lot more confident in his gunplay, so he's just able to just pop off and take the MVP of Phase 2. So, and he said he's really proud to also IGL and play with him, which is always nice to see. But now, Akashi, for my final question at least, with now you guys seeming just so much more confident and aggressive in these last two phases now, what would you say would be your expectations for PMPL, maybe the championship, or the entirety of this year? Anything you have in mind? Donc ouais, c'est quoi vos espérances, vos objectifs que vous avez pour cette saison ou même toute l'année 2023?
Pour cette saison, c'est le PMWI. On pense qu'à ça. Là, l'objectif de cette phase 3, c'est de réduire au minimum le point qu'on va avoir d'écart avec Major Pride et MADBULLS, qui sont quand même encore qui sont bien loin de nous maintenant. Donc on va essayer de tout faire pour réduire l'écart de points pour la finale et derrière essayer de gagner la finale pour aller au PMW parce que c'est exactement là où on veut aller. Je pense aussi à derrière l'European Championship qui quand même rapporte un bon cash prize, mais le mindset premier c'est vraiment PMWI et cette saison, et essayer aussi de réduire l'écart parce que là je vois Major Pride qui prend de l'écart pour les points PMGC, il faut qu'on essaye de les rattraper.
Okay, so you said, well, I think that same for many teams, their main objective is to make it into PMWI this year, making it over into Riyadh. And so right now they're focused on phase 3, so try and close that point gap as much as possible because they saw that Major Pride, MADBULLS has created a pretty significant one. So they want to close it as much as possible before going into the finals to hopefully make it not only in PMWI, but also keeping in mind the PMGC points. So they don't want to fall too far behind in the spring season. And of course, keeping in mind the championship because there's still a decent prize pool there. So a lot of things seems like are going to be in mind for them.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the insight. Before we close it out, is there anything that you want to share with the fans at home?
Que tu as quelque chose pour les fans que tu voudrais dire?
Bah, merci de nous suivre. Je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de Français qui nous suivent et qui nous supportent. Je vous vois dans le chat et merci beaucoup.
There you go. A lot of French people supporting them in the chat. He sees it and he loves them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci. Bon courage. All right, that was a great interview. I think it kind of does go back to the points that we have been consistently speaking about on the desk, and that is the fact that stage 1, stage 2, you now have so much VODs, you have so many videos that you can watch, you can really get into the nitty-gritty of things and of tactics that teams like to play, and that's exactly what they've been using to their advantage. But with the overall points collected today, again, the standings have been impacted, but not really that much because Major Pride are now on top with 535 points.
Yeah, 535 smackaroos are going to be hard to close that gap. Buna, as Game Lord, as Akashi said during that one interview, they want to try and close it as much as possible for hopefully making it into PMWI, try and not have too much of a point deficit heading into the finals, and of course, keeping in mind those good old juicy PMGC points. So a lot of teams are going to try and play catch-up throughout the second half of this third phase, but MUERTE, you know, back in a 4th position, and I really am hoping here, Janira, I really am hoping that this last game, which was their best game since phase 1, is going to give them the confidence boost they need to just keep rolling and keep getting these kind of results in for the rest of the phase, because you cannot afford to give too many point lead over to the top teams, because that could be a scary thing to lose.
Yeah, because you're now 100 points behind that first place, which is the one that MUERTE was in last stage. They were in that first place, they were the ones securing it, so it's a little bit of a scary situation to be in. When we're looking towards the bottom of the table, I mean, the difference between AVALANCHE and VIRTUS.PRO already is such a big gap, and then even between SHOCKWAVE and Unicorns of Love, again, we're still in that same part where SHOCKWAVE's a little bit of the gatekeeper in terms of you want to move up to 13th, you're gonna need to win a whole lot of games with a whole lot of eliminations. But you know what you also need to win? Max, if you want to beat the desk, it's your predictions. Well, not you. John and Blank.
Whoa, you got 17? Wait
How?
a minute. What? Wait.
This is fake.
Is this real? Wait,
this is crazy. I got 17. This is real. I got 17. Oh, it's from 3 days. It's from 3 days, so it's added up. I mean, I feel like Blank in general just got a really bad start because he had like 0 points and then John had 1 point. But thank you, teams, for making me look smart.
I don't know what I think about this. This is your first PMPL season. You come in, you just wreck us on predictions on phase 3. I don't know how to feel about this. Like, congrats, but also like, I don't like this. It just doesn't feel right.
It's only temporary. You know, we all have like our ups and downs, and you guys are making fun of me for being at like the bottom of the predictions, but I have one day where I am not at the bottom of the prediction, so that's all right. I am enjoying it. I mean, if you guys enjoy the content here, make sure to check out the socials. Max has been stacking up his meme folder during the games today. He's making sure he's going to be putting them all out. There's a QR code on this side of things.
No weird face.
Max, you wanna?
I'm just standing away.
No, he doesn't want to point at the QR code. But that's okay, because if you guys follow, he's also being kind enough to give away some skins. He said it himself, today are going to be 2 skins on a giveaway, Max.
Yeah, we're going to be picking 2 people, picking randomly, of course, 2 people over in Instagram. If you go to Esports.PRO EU official esports account, you can go onto the pinned post and tell us which player you think will be the MVP of the entire tournament. And if you do have some pretty decent picks, you know, we might be giving you one of these cool skins, and you can pick which one you want. Do you want a grenade? Do you want a full outfit?
Shiny.
Or do you want some parachute maybe to look cool when you're dropping down? You'll have to choose which one you want. But keep your DMs open, otherwise you can't win.
Yeah, that's how it works. Make sure you guys as well tune into Turkey, the region with a stacked amount of talent that you don't want to miss out. Thank you guys for tuning in today. That's it done for this first week of stage 3. We're going to be back again on Friday, so make sure you mark them in your calendars. Enjoy the rest of your week. Have a good day, and we'll see you then.